The town of Marlowe's Hollow was a place where time seemed to stand still. Nestled deep in the heart of rural farmland, the town was small, quiet, and filled with long-standing traditions. Most people were farmers, tending to fields that stretched for miles in every direction. It was a place where the land provided everything, and the people lived by the rhythms of the earth. But there was something more to this sleepy little town, something the locals never spoke about openly: the Scarecrow. For as long as anyone could remember, the Scarecrow had stood in the middle of Old Harmon's cornfield. A crude figure made of old straw, ragged clothes, and a weathered burlap sack for a face. It wasn't just a tool to keep the crows away. There were rumors about it, passed down through generations. Whispers that it was more than just straw and cloth, that there was something evil buried deep within its creation. The townsfolk called it the Watcher of the Fields. No one knew who had first put the Scarecrow there, or when it had appeared. Old Harmon's farm was long abandoned, his family having left the town decades ago under mysterious circumstances. Now, the farm was a decaying ruin, but the Scarecrow remained, standing tall and eerily still, even as the field around it turned to wild overgrowth. Some said it was cursed, that bad things happened to anyone who tried to move it. Most townspeople avoided it, brushing off the tales as silly folklore. But when Jacob Larson inherited the property from a distant relative, he dismissed the stories outright. A practical man, Jacob didn't believe in curses or haunted scarecrows. He saw the land as an opportunity, a way to escape his city life and start fresh. Marlowe's Hollow seemed like the perfect place for him to take a step back from the chaos of the world. When he arrived in town, he barely took notice of the old Scarecrow standing in the distance. The locals were quick to warn him about the Scarecrow, though their warnings were always veiled with nervous laughter or quick changes of subject. They told him about Harmon's strange demise, about how his crops withered overnight after the Scarecrow was erected. Some hinted that it was more than just misfortune, that Harmon had dabbled in dark magic to save his failing farm. But Jacob shrugged it off, attributing their stories to small-town superstitions. On his second day in town, Jacob decided to explore his newly acquired land. The farm was as desolate as he had expected, an overgrown field of wild corn, broken fences, and an old barn that leaned dangerously to one side. And there, in the center of the field, was the Scarecrow, just as the townsfolk had described it. Its head, a sack with 2 black buttons for eyes, seemed to be turned slightly toward the farmhouse, as if watching anyone who dared approach. Jacob approached it cautiously, more out of curiosity than fear. The Scarecrow was larger up close, its clothes tattered and torn, stuffed with straw that poked out through the seams. A thick rope tied it to the wooden post that held it aloft, swaying gently in the breeze. As Jacob inspected the figure, a strange sensation crept up his spine. It was as if the Scarecrow was observing him, though its stitched-on eyes were vacant and unmoving. He shook the feeling off and continued his exploration. As the days passed, Jacob worked on clearing the land and fixing up the farmhouse, though he couldn't entirely forget about the Scarecrow. The unease it gave him was hard to shake. Occasionally, as he worked, he'd catch a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye, standing tall in the field, motionless yet somehow menacing. It was on the 4th night that the nightmares began. Jacob would find himself standing in the field, surrounded by corn stalks that towered over him like walls. In the dream, the Scarecrow was always there, but it wasn't still. It moved, its straw arms stretching out toward him, its burlap sack face twisting into something unnatural. Its hollow eyes would fix on him, burning with a cold, malevolent rage. Jacob would wake in a cold sweat, heart pounding, the image of the Scarecrow seared into his mind. As the days passed, the dreams grew more vivid, more real. The Scarecrow wasn't just in his dreams anymore. During the day, he began to notice strange things around the farm. Fences he had mended would be torn down the next morning. Footprints would appear in the dirt near the Scarecrow's post. And at night, strange noises echoed across the fields, the creaking of old wood, like something heavy swaying in the wind. One evening, after another restless night, Jacob decided he had had enough. He grabbed his axe and marched into the field, determined to tear the Scarecrow down once and for all. The wind picked up as he approached, the the corn stalks rustling like they were whispering secrets. The scarecrow loomed ahead, its shadow stretching long in the dying light of dusk. Without hesitation, Jacob swung his axe at the post. The wood splintered with each strike, but as he worked, a strange feeling overcame him, a sense of dread so powerful that it almost made him stop. The air grew thick, and the wind seemed to howl through the field, carrying with it an eerie, high-pitched whine. Suddenly, the scarecrow's rope snapped. The figure fell forward, collapsing into the dirt with a soft thud. But as Jacob stood over the fallen scarecrow, panting and clutching his axe, a chill ran through his body. The scarecrow was no longer tied to the post, but it still seemed alive. Its button eyes, now caked with dirt, looked up at him accusingly. Jacob's hands shook as he stared down at the lifeless figure, and for the first time, he wondered if the townsfolk's warnings hadn't been superstitions after all. That night, as Jacob tried to sleep, the wind howled louder than ever, and in the distance, he thought he heard something dragging through the field, something heavy with the soft rustle of straw. Jacob awoke to the sound of creaking floorboards. His heart raced as he shot up in bed, the memory of the scarecrow's lifeless body still fresh in his mind. The room was cold, far colder than it should have been for a summer night, and his breath came out in short, misty puffs. For a moment, he listened, trying to convince himself that it was just the house settling, an old structure groaning under its own weight. But there it was again, the slow, deliberate creaking, as if something heavy was moving through the house. Jacob's hands instinctively tightened around the edge of his blanket, his pulse quickening. He strained his ears, trying to locate the sound. It was coming from downstairs, near the front door. His rational mind told him it was just the wind, maybe a loose shutter slamming against the wall, but deep inside, an irrational dread took hold. The sound was too purposeful, too steady. He climbed out of bed and grabbed the flashlight he kept on his nightstand, its thin beam cutting through the darkness as he made his way toward the stairs. With each step, the creaking sound grew louder, closer, and more deliberate, almost like footsteps dragging across the wooden floor. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, Jacob stood motionless in the hallway, the beam of his flashlight sweeping across the room. Nothing. The front door was closed, locked just as he had left it. The windows were shut tight, the curtains swaying slightly in the breeze from the vents. But the sense of someone being there was palpable. He felt it in the pit of his stomach, a presence watching him from just beyond the edges of the light. Jacob flicked the light toward the window and froze. Outside, just beyond the glass, stood the scarecrow. The air in his lungs turned to ice as his flashlight's beam illuminated the figure in full. It was standing upright in the middle of his yard, the same crude burlap sack for a face, the same ragged clothes, but something was different. Its posture, its presence, it wasn't slumped over like a lifeless dummy. No, it stood tall, as if whatever had animated its dreams had now come to life. The buttons that served as eyes glistened in the moonlight, staring straight at him. For a long moment, Jacob couldn't move. His mind reeled, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. He had cut the thing down. He'd seen it fall. There was no way it could be standing again, especially not here so close to the house. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, his grip on the flashlight tightening as fear began to twist his gut. Then, the scarecrow moved. It was a subtle shift at first, the head tilting ever so slightly to the side as if acknowledging his presence. The arms, once stiff and motionless, twitched, the straw-filled fingers curling into something resembling a fist. And then it took a step forward, dragging its foot through the dirt with a soft rustle. Jacob stumbled backward, the flashlight slipping from his hands and clattering to the floor. He bolted toward the front door, slamming it shut and locking it tight. His breath came in ragged gasps, his mind racing to comprehend what he had just seen. The scarecrow, no, the thing, was alive or at least moving on its own. The weight of the legends he had dismissed so easily now crashed down on him like a tidal wave. He ran to the kitchen, grabbing the nearest knife from the counter. His hands were shaking, but he gripped the blade tightly, the only comfort he could muster in the face of something so inexplicably terrifying. He hurried to check the windows and doors, making sure everything was locked, that no way inside was left open. But deep down, he knew that locks wouldn't be enough. Not against something like this. Outside, the wind howled through the trees, the cornfields swaying like an ocean of dark green and gold. Jacob tried to peer through the window, but the yard was empty. The scarecrow was gone, vanished into the night as silently as it had appeared. His stomach churned. Had he imagined it? Was this just some waking nightmare? A hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion? No. He knew what he had seen. The night stretched on, each minute dragging by like an eternity. Every creak of the old house sent a shiver down his spine, and every gust of wind outside made him jump. But the scarecrow didn't return. Not yet, at least. He stayed awake, knife clutched tightly in his hands, waiting for the first light of dawn to creep over the horizon. When the sun finally rose, bathing the farm in a soft, golden glow, Jacob breathed a sigh of relief. The warmth of the daylight pushed away some of the terror that had gripped him, but not all of it. The scarecrow had come for him in the night, and he had no doubt it would return. He needed to know what he was up against. Jacob drove into town that morning, seeking answers. The townsfolk were already gathering at the diner, their usual morning routines unaffected by the horrors that had unfolded on his farm. But when Jacob burst through the door, looking wild-eyed and frantic, the room went quiet. He told them what he had seen, how the scarecrow had come to life, how it had stood in his yard. But instead of dismissing him or laughing off his story, the locals shared uneasy glances. They knew. Old Sam, a farmer who had lived in Marlowe's Hollow his entire life, spoke up. "It's happened before," he said, his voice low and serious. "That scarecrow, it's been part of this town's history longer than any of us. Harmon put it there, but it wasn't for the crows. It was to keep something worse away." The room fell into an eerie silence. Jacob felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you mean, something worse?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Old Sam looked him dead in the eyes. "That scarecrow ain't just a doll made of straw. There's a spirit in it, an old, angry spirit. And if it's come for you, well, son, you're in deep trouble." Jacob's heart pounded in his chest. The scarecrow wasn't just cursed, it was vengeful. Whatever had been sealed inside that tattered body of straw was awake now, and it wanted retribution. Jacob's mind reeled as old Sam's words sank in. A vengeful spirit, sealed inside the scarecrow? The explanation was absurd, but after what he had seen the night before, nothing felt impossible anymore. He had come to this town looking for a fresh start, a quiet life away from the chaos of the city. Instead, he had stumbled into something far darker, something ancient and hungry for revenge. The diner was silent, the townsfolk watching him with wary eyes. They weren't shocked by his story. They knew. They had always known. "What happened to Harmon?" Jacob asked, his voice low and hoarse. Old Sam sighed and leaned back in his chair, the weight of the story heavy on his shoulders. "Old Harmon was a desperate man," he began. "His farm was failing, crops withering, animals dying. No matter what he did, the land wouldn't yield. Back in those days, folks around here were more willing to believe in things that shouldn't be messed with." Sam paused, his eyes flicking toward the window, as if afraid the scarecrow might be lurking just outside. Harmon went to see a woman who lived on the outskirts of town. A witch, they said, though no one ever called her that to her face. She had a reputation for dealing in dark things, curses, protections, things normal folk had no business fooling with. Jacob's throat tightened. He had heard enough small-town legends to know where this was going, but he needed to hear it. He needed to understand what he was up against. "They say Harmon made a deal with her," Sam continued. "She gave him a way to protect his farm, to drive away whatever was blighting his land. But it came at a price. The scarecrow was the key. Harmon built it from straw, cloth, and bone, but it wasn't just a scarecrow. It was a vessel. The witch bound something to it, an old spirit, something ancient and powerful. Harmon's crops flourished after that, but he paid for it with his soul." Jacob leaned forward, his pulse pounding in his ears. "What do you mean?" "Harmon thought he could control the spirit, that he could use it to protect his land without consequence," Sam said, shaking his head. "But spirits like that, they don't stay bound forever. The witch warned him that if he didn't keep the terms of their deal, the spirit would take its revenge. And one day, Harmon broke that deal. Jacob's skin crawled as Sam's words hung in the air. No one knows exactly what Harmon did, but the day after, his crops withered overnight, just like before. His animals turned up dead, and his family, they say his wife and children disappeared. Some folks believe they ran, others think the spirit took them. Jacob felt a chill creep down his spine. And the scarecrow? Some is Gaza.kund. Harmon tried to destroy it, just like you did, but it didn't work. The scarecrow always comes back. It's tied to the land now, and to anyone who disturbs it. Harmon was found dead in the field a week later. Heart attack, they said, but everyone knew it was the spirit's doing. The other patrons in the diner remained silent, their faces grim and pale. They had heard this story before, passed down through generations, whispered from parent to child. But now, it wasn't just a tale of the past. It was happening again, and Jacob was at the center of it. What can I do? Jacob asked, his voice barely a whisper. How do I stop it? Old Sam sighed, rubbing his temples. You don't. The scarecrow can't be stopped, not once it set its sights on you. Your only chance is to appease it. Jacob's heart sank. Appease it? How? Sam hesitated, then leaned in closer. The spirit in the scarecrow is angry, vengeful. It was betrayed once, and it's looking for justice, or what it thinks is justice. If you want to survive, you have to give it what it wants. Jacob's stomach turned. What does it want? The same thing it wanted from Harmon, Sam said, his voice grave. A life. Someone has to pay the price for disturbing the scarecrow. Jacob's blood ran cold. A life? Was that the only way? Was he supposed to sacrifice someone to this cursed spirit just to save his own skin? The very thought made him sick. Isn't there another way? He asked, desperation creeping into his voice. Sam shook his head slowly. If there was, we'd have used it long ago. Jacob stood abruptly, his mind racing. He couldn't accept it. There had to be another way, something that didn't involve murder or sacrifice. He wasn't like Harmon. He wouldn't trade someone else's life for his own. Without another word, he stormed out of the diner, ignoring the worried stares of the locals. He drove back to the farm, the field stretching out endlessly before him, the scarecrow standing once more in the middle of old Harmon's overgrown land. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the fields. Jacob stared at the scarecrow, its ragged form swaying slightly in the breeze. It hadn't moved since the night before, but he knew better than to trust its stillness. It was watching him, waiting for him to make his next move. Jacob knew he couldn't stay here, not with the scarecrow haunting his every step. But running wouldn't solve anything. The scarecrow would follow him, just as it had followed Harmon. The curse was tied to the land, but it was also tied to him now. Wherever he went, it would find him. As night fell, Jacob sat on his porch, staring out at the darkening fields. The wind rustled through the corn, the air growing colder with each passing minute. And then, just as he had feared, the scarecrow began to move. It was subtle at first, just a twitch of its arm, a shift of its head. But soon, it was dragging itself toward the farmhouse, its straw limbs creaking and swaying as it moved. Jacob's heart pounded in his chest, the weight of the curse pressing down on him like a suffocating blanket. He had to make a choice. Would he fight the spirit, risking his life in a futile attempt to destroy it? Or would he give it what it wanted, someone else's life in exchange for his own? The scarecrow drew closer, its button eyes gleaming in the moonlight, and Jacob knew time was running out. Jacob watched in paralyzed horror as the scarecrow lumbered across the field, inching ever closer to the farmhouse. The rhythmic swaying of its limbs seemed unnatural, alive in a way that defied explanation. His throat felt dry, and his pulse hammered in his ears as he realized he couldn't run from it any longer. The scarecrow wasn't just coming for him. It was a manifestation of an ancient force seeking vengeance, and he had to decide how far he was willing to go to survive. He had heard Sam's warning, the grim reality that had sealed Harmon's fate. A life must be offered, or the scarecrow would claim one. The idea twisted in his gut like a knife. Was this what it had come to? Would he sacrifice someone else to save his own life? The very thought felt like a betrayal of everything he believed in. But he knew, deep down, that he couldn't escape this nightmare by playing fair. Pacing back and forth inside the farmhouse, Jacob weighed his options. The spirit was bound to this land, cursed by a ritual that had gone wrong decades ago. If he left, the scarecrow might track him down and haunt him until it got what it wanted. But if he stayed, the outcome was clear. It wouldn't stop until it had claimed a life. Then, a dark idea crept into Jacob's mind, something he had refused to consider until now. He thought of Earl, the neighboring farmer who had always been a thorn in his side. Earl, with his constant sneers and mocking comments, had never made Jacob feel welcome in Marlowe's Hollow. Earl, whose family had lived on the farm just over the hill for generations, and who had made it clear he considered Jacob an outsider. Could the scarecrow be satisfied with Earl's life? Jacob shook his head, trying to push the thought away. It was monstrous, despicable. But as the scarecrow drew closer, its grotesque form now looming near the porch, desperation clawed at his sanity. Was it really so wrong to think of saving himself from something so unnatural, so malicious? Could Earl be the key to escaping this curse, to ending the cycle? Sweat dripped down Jacob's face as the air grew thick with tension. The scarecrow was almost at the front steps now, its button eyes gleaming eerily in the moonlight. He could hear its straw-filled limbs scraping against the ground, a horrible rustling that sent chills through his spine. Time was slipping away. Jacob's heart pounded as he made a split-second decision. He grabbed his truck keys and bolted out the back door, sprinting toward the vehicle parked under a rusted old shed. His hands were shaking as he fumbled to unlock the door, glancing nervously over his shoulder. The scarecrow hadn't noticed him yet. It was still moving toward the front of the house, as if driven by a single-minded hunger. Jacob revved the engine and peeled out of the driveway, his headlights cutting through the darkness as he sped toward Earl's farm. His mind raced with conflicting thoughts. He wasn't certain if the scarecrow would accept another sacrifice, but he was running out of time. If there was even a chance that offering Earl would save his own life, wasn't it worth trying? The road was bumpy, the night air cold against his face. Jacob's knuckles were white as he gripped the steering wheel, the weight of his decision bearing down on him. He couldn't believe he was doing this, driving to another man's home with the intent of sacrificing him to an ancient curse. But the fear of the scarecrow, of that malevolent spirit lurking inside its straw body, was stronger than his guilt. As Jacob neared Earl's property, his headlights illuminated the large barn and farmhouse ahead. He pulled up the gravel driveway, his tires crunching against the stones as he came to a stop. The porch light was on, and Earl's truck was parked outside. He was home. Jacob hesitated for a moment, staring at the house. Could he really do this? Could he condemn another man to die to save his own life? The moral dilemma tore at him. But before he could make a final decision, the scarecrow appeared in the rearview mirror, standing at the edge of the field. It had followed him. Jacob's breath caught in his throat as the scarecrow stood there, motionless, watching him. There was no more time to debate. He had to act, or he would be the one to pay the price. He threw open the truck door and raced to the porch, pounding on the front door with all his strength. Earl, open up. It's Jacob. You have to let me in." His voice cracked with desperation as he pounded on the door again, hoping Earl would answer before the scarecrow got any closer. The door swung open, and Earl stood there, a look of confusion and annoyance on his face. "Jacob, what the hell are you doing here? It's the middle of the night." Before Jacob could answer, Earl's eyes flicked past him, toward the field. His expression changed from irritation to horror as he saw the scarecrow standing there, its head cocked to the side, watching them both. "What is that?" Earl asked, his voice shaking. "What's going on?" Jacob swallowed hard, struggling to find the words. "It's coming for me, Earl. It's cursed. I think it wants anyone." Earl's face went pale. "You brought that thing here?" Jacob nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. "I didn't know what else to do. It's been after me ever since I tore it down from the field. If we don't stop it, if we don't give it what it wants, it's going to kill us both." Earl stared at him, disbelief and fury warring in his eyes. "You think you can just dump your problem on me? You think I'm going to die for you?" But before Jacob could respond, the scarecrow took a step forward, its movement slow but deliberate, the rustling of straw loud in the quiet night. Both men stood frozen, the weight of what was happening crashing down on them. Jacob's mind raced. He had come here thinking he could sacrifice Earl to save himself. But now that they were face to face with the Scarecrow, it felt wrong. Like the darkness had consumed him, too. Could he really go through with it? Could he live with himself if he did? The Scarecrow was almost upon them, its twisted form looming closer and closer. Time was running out. Jacob had to choose. Save himself, or try to end the curse without sacrificing another soul. The decision would shape his fate forever. The night seemed to hold its breath as Jacob and Earl stood frozen on the porch, the Scarecrow's slow, deliberate steps echoing across the field. Its grotesque figure swayed with each movement, its button eyes gleaming in the moonlight like soulless black orbs, locking onto them as though it could sense their fear. Jacob's pulse raced, his mind tangled in panic and guilt. This was it, the moment where everything would be decided. He had brought the curse to Earl's doorstep, and now it seemed there was no escape for either of them. The Scarecrow was coming, and it wouldn't stop until it had taken a life. Earl's breath came in short, ragged bursts as he took a step backward, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What the hell did you bring here, Jacob? What is this thing?" Jacob's voice trembled as he replied, "It's the Scarecrow, the one from Harmon's farm. There's something inside it, something ancient, something vengeful. It's cursed. I tried to destroy it, but it came back. Now it wants blood." Earl's expression hardened as he glanced between Jacob and the approaching Scarecrow. "And you thought you'd just bring it to me? You think I'm going to be the one to pay for your mistakes?" Jacob felt a pang of shame as he realized the gravity of his actions. He had been so consumed by fear and desperation that he hadn't considered the cost of involving Earl. But now, as the Scarecrow loomed closer, it became clear that he had set them both on a collision course with a malevolent force far beyond their control. "I'm sorry," Jacob whispered, the words barely audible. "I didn't know what else to do. I thought maybe it would take you instead of me." Earl's jaw clenched, anger flashing in his eyes. "You thought you could sacrifice me to save yourself? That's not how this works, Jacob. We're both in this now." The Scarecrow was only a few yards away, its ragged clothes flapping in the breeze, its straw-stuffed limbs creaking as it moved. There was something almost methodical about the way it approached, as if it knew its victory was inevitable. Jacob's mind raced. He couldn't let it end like this. There had to be a way out, some way to break the curse without sacrificing another life. But what? The legends of Harmon's deal with the witch, the warnings from Old Sam, all seemed to point toward one grim truth. The Scarecrow demanded blood, and if they didn't give it what it wanted, it would take both of them. Suddenly, a thought sparked in Jacob's mind. The Scarecrow had been bound to the land, cursed to protect it but also to destroy anyone who disturbed it. Harmon had made a deal with the spirit, and when he broke that deal, the spirit had turned against him. But what if the curse could be undone? What if they could sever the connection between the spirit and the Scarecrow? "Wait!" Jacob shouted, his voice cutting through the thick tension. "There might be a way to stop this." Earl shot him a skeptical glance, his fear mingling with frustration. "What are you talking about?" "The Scarecrow. It's bound to the land because of the curse Harmon placed on it," Jacob explained, his words tumbling out in a rush. "But what if we could break that curse? What if we could set the spirit free?" Earl's eyes narrowed, clearly unconvinced. "And how do you suppose we do that? You're talking about some ancient curse like it's a problem we can just fix with a hammer and nails." Jacob shook his head. "No, not like that. There's got to be something we can do, some way to release the spirit from the Scarecrow. The witch who cursed it, she bound it to the land, but maybe we can unbind it." The Scarecrow was only steps away now, its twisted form casting an ominous shadow over them. Time was running out. Jacob's heart pounded as he racked his brain, trying to remember anything Old Sam had said, anything that could give them a chance. Maybe the curse was tied to Harmon's betrayal, Jacob continued, his voice trembling with urgency. Harmon broke his deal with the spirit. What if we made amends somehow? What if we gave the spirit what it wanted, justice? Earl stared at him, his expression torn between disbelief and desperation. "And how the hell do we do that?" Jacob swallowed hard, his thoughts racing. "We need to acknowledge the wrong that was done to the spirit. Maybe that's all it's been waiting for someone to admit that it was wronged, to make it right." Earl was silent for a moment, the gravity of their situation settling in. The scarecrow was nearly upon them, its presence oppressive and suffocating. They didn't have much time. With a deep breath, Jacob turned to face the scarecrow, his hands shaking as he raised his voice. "I know you were wronged," he shouted, his voice echoing across the field. "Harmon betrayed you, and you've been trapped here ever since. But we're not like him. We're not here to break your deal. We're here to make things right." The scarecrow paused, its movements stilling as if it were listening. Jacob's heart pounded in his chest as he continued, his voice trembling with emotion. "You deserve justice. You deserve to be free. But taking more lives won't give you peace. Let us help you. Let us set you free." For a moment, there was only silence. The scarecrow stood motionless, its button eyes fixed on Jacob. The air was thick with tension, as if the very earth were holding its breath. And then, slowly, the scarecrow's head tilted to the side, its arms dropping to its sides. The wind rustled through its tattered clothes, but it no longer moved with the same menacing purpose. Earl took a hesitant step forward, his voice low and cautious. "Jacob, is it working?" Jacob didn't know, but as he stared into the scarecrow's lifeless eyes, he felt something shift. The oppressive weight that had been bearing down on them began to lift, as if the spirit inside the scarecrow was considering his words. "I think it's listening," Jacob whispered, his breath shaky. "We just need to finish what Harmon started. We need to give it closure." With trembling hands, Jacob reached into his pocket and pulled out the small piece of the scarecrow's straw that he had taken from the field earlier. He held it out, offering it to the scarecrow as a symbol of peace. "We're not here to hurt you," Jacob said softly. "We just want to end this. Let us help you find rest." The scarecrow remained still for a long, agonizing moment, and then, slowly, it began to disintegrate, its straw body collapsing in on itself as the wind carried its remains away into the night. The curse had been broken. Jacob and Earl stood in stunned silence as the last remnants of the scarecrow vanished into the darkness. The oppressive presence that had haunted them was gone, and the night was once again quiet. Jacob let out a shaky breath, relief flooding his body. It was over. The scarecrow was gone, and the spirit had been set free. But the memory of what had almost happened, the darkness that had nearly consumed him, would haunt Jacob for the rest of his life. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. In the far reaches of a forgotten country, beyond the last stretch of farmland and past the crumbling ruins of an ancient village, lay the Wailing Forest. No one dared to enter its depths, not even during the day, for its dark legend had long seeped into the hearts of the nearby villagers. They spoke of it in hushed tones, warning travelers to steer clear of the forest's shadowy boundaries. But despite the cautionary tales, there was always someone who couldn't resist the allure of the unknown. It was said that once you entered the forest, the trees themselves whispered your fate, their voices like the cries of the damned, pulling you deeper into the darkness. And those who followed the call were never seen again. Harriet O'Connor, a historian and researcher with a fascination for ancient folklore, had spent years collecting every scrap of information she could about the Wailing Forest. Local legends, old journals, half-burnt maps, and cryptic diaries, it had all led her to this moment. A deep curiosity burned within her, an insatiable need to uncover the truth behind the stories. Harriet wasn't one to believe in ghost tales, but the persistence of the legend intrigued her. Was there something real behind all the myths? Was it simply fear or a darker secret buried in the heart of the forest? The villagers had refused to guide her, all except one, an old man named Willard, who had agreed to take her to the forest's edge. He was a frail man, his leathery skin a testament to decades of toil under the sun, and his eyes seemed clouded with the weight of knowledge he had no desire to share. "The forest has taken many, miss," Willard rasped as they drove down the dirt path toward the edge of the woods. His voice was weak, yet it carried the heaviness of countless unspoken warnings. "You've got no business going in there. Some things are better left alone." Harriet smiled, attempting to mask the unease his words brought her. "I appreciate the concern, Willard, but I've studied this place for years. I've come too far to turn back now." He shook his head slowly, muttering under his breath, as if he already knew how this would end. "Don't say I didn't warn you." As they neared the forest's edge, Harriet felt the atmosphere shift. The trees loomed taller, their branches thick with dark leaves that seemed to swallow the light. A strange mist clung to the forest floor, winding its way through the underbrush like ghostly fingers. The air was heavy, almost suffocating, as if the land itself was alive and watching. Willard pulled the truck to a stop, his hands trembling as he gripped the steering wheel. "This is as far as I go. You'll have to walk the rest of the way." Harriet stepped out of the vehicle, taking in the haunting beauty of the forest. It was exactly as she had imagined from the stories, but the real thing was far more oppressive, far more wrong. She took a deep breath, trying to shake the creeping dread that threatened to take hold. She was here to uncover the truth, to document the legend with scientific rigor. "You sure you want to go through with this?" Willard asked, his voice carrying a tremor of fear. "No one's ever come back from there." "I'll be fine," Harriet replied, though her confidence wavered. "I have everything I need." With a reluctant nod, Willard handed her a small, weathered book. "This belonged to my brother," he said quietly. "He went into the forest 50 years ago, never came out. That's all that was left of him." Harriet stared at the book in her hands, its cover worn and tattered, the pages yellowed with age. It was a journal, filled with scrawled notes and hastily drawn sketches of the forest's twisted pathways. She opened it to the first page, where a single sentence was written in shaky handwriting. "The forest whispers to you. Don't listen to its lies." The chill that ran down her spine was immediate, but she brushed it off. It was just another layer of superstition. "Surely. I'll return this to you when I get back," Harriet said, forcing a smile. Willard only gave her a sad look, as though he had already accepted her fate. "Good luck, miss." Harriet watched as the old man turned the truck around and drove off, the sound of the engine fading into the distance until all she could hear was the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. She was alone now, standing on the precipice of the unknown. With one last glance at the journal, she stuffed it into her backpack and adjusted the straps. Then, without another moment's hesitation, she stepped into the wailing forest. Immediately, she felt the change. The air inside the forest was dense, the silence unnerving. There were no birds chirping, no animals scurrying through the underbrush. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. She pushed forward, her boots crunching on the dead leaves beneath her feet. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to grow closer together, their trunks twisted and gnarled, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out the sky. The only light came from the faint glow of her flashlight, casting eerie shadows on the ground. Hours passed, though it felt like days. Harriet followed the old map, tracing paths that had long been forgotten. But the deeper she went, the more the forest seemed to shift around her. Landmarks she had passed minutes earlier seemed to vanish, replaced by unfamiliar surroundings. It was as if the forest was playing tricks on her mind, twisting reality to suit its will. And then she heard it, a low, mournful wail, drifting through the trees like a forgotten memory. Harriet stopped in her tracks, her heart pounding in her chest. The sound was faint, but unmistakable. It was the sound of someone or something crying out in pain. The stories of the wailing forest flooded back into her mind. The villagers had spoken of voices in the trees, the cries of those who had been lost to the forest's curse. But this was something else. It wasn't just the cries of the lost. It was a call, a beckoning. Despite the growing sense of dread, Harriet pressed on, her curiosity outweighing her fear. She followed the sound, her footsteps quickening as the wailing grew louder. The forest seemed to close in around her, the trees shifting and bending as if alive, their branches reaching out like twisted fingers. Suddenly, she stumbled into a small clearing, and there, at the center, stood an ancient stone altar. It was covered in moss and vines, its surface etched with symbols that Harriet didn't recognize. But what caught her attention most was the figure standing behind it. A woman, draped in tattered, flowing garments, her face obscured by a veil of shadows. Her eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, and as she stared at Harriet, her voice echoed through the clearing in a mournful, haunting tone. "Why have you come here?" The question hung in the air, heavy with accusation. Harriet's throat tightened as she tried to respond, her voice barely a whisper. I came to uncover the truth." The woman tilted her head, her eyes narrowing as the wailing wind swept through the trees once more. "Then you shall learn it," she whispered, a chilling smile curling her lips. "But the truth has a price." Harriet's blood ran cold as she realized too late that the legend of the Wailing Forest was far more than a myth. It was a trap, a curse that had claimed countless souls. And now, it had claimed her too. Harriet's breath hitched as the woman's voice lingered in the air, a promise of something dreadful. She couldn't move, rooted to the spot by the sheer force of the woman's gaze. Her mind raced, scrambling for any explanation, any logical reason behind what she was witnessing. But nothing came. Only the forest's ancient silence remained, broken by the eerie sound of that same, low wailing in the distance. "What do you mean? The truth has a price?" Harriet finally managed to ask, her voice hoarse, throat dry from fear. The veiled figure remained still for a moment before slowly extending her arm toward the altar. Her movements were fluid, almost hypnotic, as though she had done this 1,000 times before. "The forest has been waiting for you, child. It waits for those who seek answers. But not all who enter are prepared for the truth it offers." Harriet felt her stomach twist. Every warning, every story she had heard about the Wailing Forest clawed at the back of her mind. This wasn't just folklore. It wasn't just a series of spooky tales passed down through generations. There was something far darker here, something ancient. She could feel it in the very air she breathed, like the weight of centuries pressing down on her. Still, despite the growing terror gnawing at her insides, Harriet couldn't turn away. She had come too far. This was her chance, her only chance, to unravel the legend that had consumed her for so long. "What is this place?" Harriet asked, her eyes darting between the woman and the altar. "What happened here?" The woman's smile widened, though it did nothing to ease the tension. "This forest is ancient, older than any of the villages that surround it. It was once a place of worship, a sanctuary for those who sought communion with the spirits of the land. But the forest is not kind. It listens, it watches, and it never forgets." Harriet shivered as the woman's words settled in. She had always suspected there was more to the forest than the legends let on, but hearing it spoken aloud made the weight of the mystery even heavier. The woman stepped closer, her figure almost blending into the shadows cast by the gnarled trees. "The wailing you hear, it is the voice of the forest, the cries of those who wandered too far into its grasp. Some came seeking power, others sought redemption, but all found the same fate." Harriet felt her heart pound louder in her chest. "You mean they're trapped here?" The woman nodded slowly. "Their souls linger, bound to the forest by their own desires. They cannot leave, not until the curse is lifted, but no one has ever succeeded." Harriet's mind raced. "The curse, it's real." The woman's smile faded, replaced by something colder, more sinister. "It is real, and it has been here for centuries. The forest was once a place of balance, but a betrayal shattered that balance long ago. Now, it is cursed to claim all who seek its secrets, and you, child, have walked right into its grasp." Harriet's pulse quickened as the full realization hit her. She had been so focused on uncovering the forest's mysteries that she hadn't considered the dangers lurking within. But there was no turning back now. If she didn't find a way out, she'd end up like the others, another lost soul, wailing in the wind. "I need to know," Harriet said, her voice steadier than she felt. "What caused the curse? How do I break it?" The woman's expression softened, though there was still an edge of menace in her voice. "The curse was born from betrayal. Long ago, this land was ruled by a powerful spirit, an entity that protected the forest and its people. But the spirit was betrayed by those it trusted, mortals who sought to use its power for their own gain." Harriet's eyes widened. "What did they do?" "They bound the spirit," the woman explained, her tone heavy with disdain. "Trapped it within the very trees it once protected. In their greed, they severed the bond between the spirit and the land, unleashing a darkness that spread through the forest like a disease. Now, the forest wails for the souls it claims, feeding on their fear and despair." Harriet swallowed hard. She had studied curses before, but this one felt different, more personal. And if the spirit was still bound within the forest, Perhaps there was a way to release it. And if I set the spirit free? Harriet asked cautiously. Will it lift the curse? The woman's eyes gleamed beneath the veil. Perhaps, but the spirit is not so easily appeased. It has grown bitter over the centuries, twisted by its imprisonment. It will demand a sacrifice, something to restore the balance that was broken. Harriet's stomach churned. She had come here for answers, not to bargain with ancient spirits. But what choice did she have? If she didn't try, the forest would claim her just like it had claimed all the others. What kind of sacrifice? Harriet asked, though she already feared the answer. The woman tilted her head, her voice turning soft, almost pitying. That is for the spirit to decide. But know this. Once you make your offering, there is no going back. You will be bound to this forest, just as the spirit is. A cold sweat broke out on Harriet's skin. She had come here to uncover the truth. But now she realized the cost of that knowledge might be far greater than she had imagined. Could she really sacrifice her freedom for the sake of breaking the curse? The woman's gaze bore into her, unyielding. Decide, child. The forest will not wait much longer. Harriet felt the weight of the decision crushing down on her. She could feel the pull of the forest, its ancient hunger gnawing at the edges of her mind. If she didn't act soon, she feared she'd lose herself to its whispers. Taking a deep breath, Harriet made her choice. I'll do it, she said, her voice trembling with resolve. I'll make the sacrifice. The woman's smile returned, cold and satisfied. Very well. Follow the path to the heart of the forest. There, you will find the spirit. But be warned. Once you step onto that path, you cannot turn back. The forest will see to that. Harriet's heart raced as she nodded, her legs weak beneath her. The path ahead was filled with uncertainty, but she knew there was no other way. If she wanted to survive, she would have to confront the darkness at the heart of the wailing forest. As she stepped away from the clearing, the wailing grew louder, wrapping around her like a shroud. The trees seemed to bend and twist as she walked, their branches reaching out as if they were alive. The path ahead grew darker, more sinister, but Harriet pressed on, her flashlight cutting through the shadows. With every step, she could feel the presence of the spirit growing stronger, its whispers echoing through the forest, guiding her toward its lair. And deep down, Harriet knew that whatever awaited her at the end of the path would change her forever. The forest thickened as Harriet pressed on, the air growing heavier with each step. The trees, gnarled and ancient, seemed to close in around her, their twisted branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. The path was no longer clear, as if the forest itself had swallowed the trail whole. Each step felt like a battle, the oppressive atmosphere weighing her down, making her every movement sluggish and labored. The wailing that had been faint and distant before was now omnipresent, echoing from every direction, swirling around her like a disorienting whirlwind. It wasn't just the cries of the lost. Harriet could hear whispers hidden within the wails, voices muttering things she couldn't quite understand. They seemed to be speaking directly to her, urging her to turn back, to flee while she still had the chance. But Harriet had no intention of turning back. The woman's warning echoed in her mind. Once you step onto that path, you cannot turn back. She knew this was true. She could feel it. There was something about the forest, a malevolent force that wouldn't allow her to simply leave. Even if she tried, it would pull her back, deeper into its dark heart. The weight of her decision pressed heavily on her chest, but Harriet steeled herself. She had made her choice. She would confront the spirit and put an end to the curse, no matter the cost. The further she ventured, the more distorted the forest became. The trees twisted into unnatural shapes, their bark blackened and rough, as though they had been burned by some ancient fire. The ground beneath her feet was soft, almost spongy, and every so often, she'd catch a glimpse of something moving just beneath the surface, like roots or tendrils shifting in the earth. Harriet clutched the old journal tightly in her hand, the pages now dog-eared and worn from constant reference. She followed the crude map her brother had drawn, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to match the landmarks he had sketched with what she was seeing around her. It was as if the forest had changed since the journal had been written, the land itself reshaping to confuse and disorient any who dared to venture too far. Yet one symbol remained consistent, a spiral, drawn repeatedly throughout the journal, leading Harriet ever onward. It appeared on nearly every page, as if her brother had become obsessed with it. At first, Harriet had thought it was merely a design, a strange fixation. But now she saw it everywhere, in the twisted bark of the trees, in the way the leaves fell to the ground, even in the patterns of the mist that clung to the forest floor. The spiral was a part of the forest, a symbol of something much older and more dangerous than she had anticipated. As she walked, Harriet began to hear something new. It was faint at first, almost lost beneath the constant wailing, but soon it grew louder. It was a heartbeat, a slow, deliberate pulse that reverberated through the ground and up into her body. She could feel it in her bones, an ancient, rhythmic thrum that matched her own racing heart. She stopped, frozen in place as the sound grew louder, more intense. The trees around her seemed to sway in time with the pulse, as if the very forest itself was alive, breathing. And in that moment, Harriet realized the truth. The forest was alive. The heart of the forest was not just a metaphor. It was real. It was the source of the curse, the place where the ancient spirit had been bound, its power pulsing through every tree, every root, every stone. A cold chill ran down Harriet's spine. She had expected danger, had prepared herself for something supernatural. But this was beyond anything she had imagined. The spirit wasn't just trapped in the forest. It was the forest. Its life force was entwined with the very land, its anger and pain radiating outward, warping the natural world into something twisted and grotesque. Harriet pressed on, her pulse quickening to match the rhythm of the forest's heartbeat. She could feel the pull now, a magnetic force drawing her closer to the source. The journal trembled in her hands, the pages fluttering as though caught in a wind that wasn't there. And then she saw it, a clearing up ahead, bathed in an eerie, pale light that seemed to have no source. The trees parted, revealing a massive stone structure in the center of the clearing. It was ancient, covered in moss and vines, and carved with the same spiraling symbols she had seen throughout the forest. The structure resembled an altar, though far grander than any she had ever seen. Harriet approached cautiously, her flashlight casting long, distorted shadows across the ground. The heartbeat was deafening now, a constant thud, thud, thud that seemed to vibrate through the very earth. As she neared the altar, she saw something that made her blood run cold. In the center of the stone altar lay a figure, bound in thick, twisted vines. It was humanoid in shape, but its skin was translucent, like the bark of the trees. Its face was obscured, but Harriet could feel its gaze upon her, cold and ancient, filled with a malevolent rage that made her stomach churn. This was the spirit, the heart of the forest, and it was waiting for her. Harriet hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. She had come all this way, but now that she stood before the spirit, she wasn't sure what to do. How could she break the curse? How could she release the spirit without becoming its next victim? Suddenly, the figure on the altar stirred, its body twitching as the vines tightened around it. The air grew colder, and the wailing in the forest reached a fever pitch, the voices screaming in agony. The ground beneath Harriet's feet shook as the spirit began to awaken. Without thinking, Harriet reached in her backpack and pulled out the old journal. Her brother's final entry flashed in her mind. The forest whispers to you. Don't listen to its lies. But it was too late. The whispers had already begun. The spirit's voice was like the wind, soft yet overwhelming, filling Harriet's mind with promises of power, of knowledge, of everything she had ever wanted. It spoke directly to her deepest desires, tempting her to join it, to become part of the forest's twisted world. For a moment, Harriet wavered. The temptation was strong, but then she remembered Willard's words. You've got no business going in there. Some things are better left alone. Summoning all her strength, Harriet tore her eyes away from the spirit and flipped through the journal's pages. Her brother had left clues, cryptic notes about the spirit's weakness. She had to act fast. The heartbeat was growing louder, the forest closing in around her, suffocating her with its presence. Finally, she found the passage she was looking for, a way to sever the bond between the spirit and the forest, to break the curse once and for all. But the cost would be her life. Harriet's heart sank as the realization hit her. There was no escaping the forest. The only way to break the curse was to sacrifice herself, to take the place of the spirit and free it from its eternal prison. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as the spirit sensed her hesitation. The forest seemed to pulse with anticipation, waiting for her decision. Harriet took a deep breath, her hands trembling as she closed the journal. She had come here seeking the truth, and now she had found it. There was no going back. With one final look at the ancient spirit, Harriet stepped forward, ready to face her fate. Harriet's footsteps echoed in the eerie silence as she approached the stone altar. The forest around her had gone unnervingly quiet, as though every tree and every creature held its breath, waiting for the inevitable. The heartbeat of the forest, once thunderous and deafening, now pulsed in sync with her own, slow and methodical, as if it had accepted her presence and what she was about to do. The spirit on the altar lay motionless, its translucent form twitching only slightly as if struggling to maintain its tether to the forest. The vines that bound its body glowed faintly in the pale light, pulsating like veins under the skin of the earth. Harriet could feel the weight of the ancient entity bearing down on her, its rage, its desperation, and its deep, simmering hunger for freedom. She swallowed hard, gripping the journal in her trembling hands. Her brother's notes had led her this far, but now the real challenge awaited. Harriet understood that her life, her soul, was the price required to break the curse. There was no way around it. The forest demanded balance, and only a willing sacrifice could restore it. The air around her felt thick, heavy with the weight of centuries-old magic. Harriet took a step closer to the altar, feeling the pull of the forest growing stronger with each step, as if it were reaching out to claim her. She could almost hear the whisper of the trees urging her forward, reminding her of the inevitable. Her mind raced with thoughts of her brother. Was this the same fate that had befallen him? Had he discovered the secret of the forest, only to be consumed by it? Harriet had to know. She needed to understand what had drawn him into this cursed place and why he had never returned. She had to finish what he started, no matter the cost. With a deep breath, Harriet placed the journal down on the altar beside the spirit. The spirals etched into the stone seemed to pulse with life, responding to her touch. The faint glow of the symbols grew brighter, illuminating the altar and casting eerie shadows across the clearing. The spirit stirred again, its form shifting beneath the vines. A low, guttural sound echoed from its throat, almost like a groan of relief. Its eyes, black and hollow, opened for the first time, fixing on Harriet with a gaze that seemed to pierce through her very soul. "You have come," the spirit's voice whispered, though its lips did not move. The sound was carried on the wind, cold and biting. "You seek to free me." Harriet's heart pounded in her chest. She had never felt so exposed, so vulnerable. The spirit's gaze bore into her, filling her mind with visions of the past, of the betrayal that had trapped it here, of the countless souls lost to the forest's hunger, and of the endless years of torment the spirit had endured. I don't know if I can," Harriet stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. She took a step back, suddenly unsure of her decision. The forest seemed to close in around her, its presence overwhelming. The spirit's voice grew louder, more insistent. "You must. The curse will claim you, as it has claimed the others. There is no escape, but you can end it. Free me, and free yourself." Harriet clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms as she struggled to steady her resolve. She had come here for answers, for closure. But now, standing before the very heart of the curse, she realized the enormity of what she was about to do. Could she truly give up her life, her soul, to save this cursed forest? Her thoughts flickered back to the stories she had heard as a child, the warnings from the villagers, the tales of those who had disappeared into the wailing forest, never to return. They had all come seeking something, just as she had, but none had succeeded. Would she be any different? The spirit's eyes glowed faintly, its voice softer now, almost pleading. "I am bound by the greed of those who came before. They sought to control what cannot be tamed, and now we all suffer. But you're different. You carry the weight of their sins, but you can undo it. You can set me free." Harriet hesitated, her mind swirling with doubt. The journal had warned her that the forest's whispers were dangerous, deceptive. Could she trust this spirit? Or was she simply falling into the same trap that had claimed so many before her? Her gaze drifted to the journal, lying open on the altar, its pages filled with her brother's notes. His final entry was burned into her memory. The forest whispers to you. Don't listen to its lies. Yet here she was, standing at the precipice, ready to give everything to the very thing she had been warned against. She looked back at the spirit, its hollow eyes watching her intently. It didn't move, didn't threaten her. It simply waited, its form bound by the twisted vines that held it prisoner. It was ancient, powerful, but also broken, just like the forest. Harriet took a deep breath, her decision made. Whether it was a trap or the truth, she had come too far to turn back now. If there was even a chance she could break the curse, she had to try. With shaking hands, Harriet reached out toward the vines that bound the spirit. As her fingers brushed against them, a surge of energy pulsed through her, knocking the wind from her lungs. The vines recoiled, tightening around the spirit as if resisting her touch, but Harriet pressed on, pulling at them with all her strength. The forest around her came alive, the trees groaning and creaking as if in protest. The wailing returned, louder and more desperate than ever, filling the air with cries of agony and despair. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the wind whipped through the clearing, cold and relentless. But Harriet didn't stop. She yanked at the vines, pulling them free from the spirit's body one by one. Each vine that fell away seemed to release a flood of darkness, an ancient power that had been trapped for centuries. The air around her crackled with energy, and the heartbeat of the forest grew erratic, as though the very land was fighting against her. Finally, with one last, desperate pull, Harriet ripped the final vine from the spirit's chest. The wailing ceased, replaced by a deafening silence. The ground stopped shaking, and the wind died down, leaving only the stillness of the forest behind. The spirit rose from the altar, its form no longer bound, but it remained translucent, ethereal. It looked at Harriet, its hollow eyes filled with something that almost resembled gratitude. "You have freed me," the spirit said, its voice barely a whisper now. But the forest is not yet satisfied. The balance must be restored. Harriet's heart sank as she realized what the spirit meant. The curse was broken, but the forest still demanded a sacrifice. Before she could react, the ground beneath her feet gave way, and Harriet fell into darkness. Harriet's fall seemed endless, the darkness around her swallowing her whole. There was no ground beneath her feet, no trees to grasp onto, just an infinite void pulling her deeper into the heart of the wailing forest. Her body was weightless, suspended in the cold, suffocating blackness. Time itself felt meaningless, as if she had been falling for mere seconds, or perhaps an eternity. Then, with a jolt, she hit the ground. The impact was softer than expected, like landing on a bed of damp leaves, though the air still rushed from her lungs. She gasped, struggling to regain her breath, her senses slowly coming back to life. Harriet's vision was blurry, but as it cleared, she realized she was no longer in the forest. The trees, the altar, even the oppressive wailing had vanished. She was somewhere else, somewhere far older, and far more dangerous. She pushed herself up, wincing at the ache in her bones, and surveyed her surroundings. The ground beneath her was covered in thick moss, glowing faintly with an unnatural light. The sky above was a swirling mass of dark clouds, crackling with flashes of green and purple lightning that illuminated the vast landscape in brief, eerie bursts. But it wasn't the sky that terrified her. It was what lay ahead. In the distance, towering over the horizon, was a massive, gnarled tree unlike any Harriet had ever seen. Its twisted branches reached into the sky like the claws of a beast, and its bark was black as pitch, shimmering with an oily sheen. The tree's roots sprawled across the ground in every direction, snaking through the earth like veins, pulsing with the same faint glow that radiated from the moss beneath her feet. And from the tree, Harriet could hear the whispering, the same insidious murmurs that had plagued her in the forest, only now they were louder, clearer. The voices spoke in a language she couldn't understand, yet the meaning was unmistakable. They were calling to her, beckoning her closer, demanding her presence. This was the heart of the curse, the true source of the forest's power. Harriet staggered to her feet, her legs trembling beneath her. She could feel the weight of the forest's gaze upon her, its unseen eyes watching her every move, waiting to see what she would do next. The air was thick with tension, as though the very land itself was holding its breath, anticipating the final act. The spirit's words echoed in her mind. The balance must be restored. Harriet knew what that meant. The curse may have been broken, but the forest still demanded a sacrifice. The price for freeing the spirit had not yet been paid. And now, standing in the shadow of the ancient tree, Harriet realized that the forest had chosen her to be that sacrifice. She looked down at her hands, covered in dirt and scratches, trembling with the weight of the truth. There was no escaping this. The forest wouldn't let her leave, not without giving something in return. But Harriet wasn't ready to surrender. Not yet. She had come too far, fought too hard, to simply give up now. She had faced the spirit, torn it free from its prison, and now she would face whatever lay at the heart of this cursed land. With a deep breath, Harriet took a step forward, then another, each movement slow and deliberate. The tree loomed larger with every step, its presence growing more oppressive, more malevolent. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, swirling around her in a cacophony of voices that threatened to overwhelm her mind. But Harriet pushed on, her determination unwavering. As she neared the base of the tree, the ground beneath her feet began to shift. The moss gave way to something darker, something alive. Tendrils of black, writhing vines emerged from the earth, snaking around her ankles, pulling her closer to the tree's massive trunk. Harriet stumbled, but she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. Not now. Finally, she reached the base of the tree. Its bark was cold and slick beneath her fingers, pulsing with an otherworldly energy that seemed to vibrate through her entire body. She could feel the power of the forest coursing through the tree, ancient and malevolent, far beyond anything she could comprehend. And then, in the midst of the whispers, a single voice cut through the chaos, clear and distinct. "You were chosen for this." Harriet froze. The voice was not like the others. It was familiar, calm, almost comforting. It was her brother. "You've come to finish what I couldn't," the voice continued, its tone filled with a strange mixture of regret and relief. "The forest demands a price, Harriet. It always has, but it doesn't have to take you." Tears filled Harriet's eyes as her brother's voice washed over her, but confusion gripped her mind. "Willard," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Is that really you?" "I tried to fight it," the voice said, "but I didn't understand. I thought I could outsmart the forest, but it knows. It knows everything. It doesn't want death. It wants something deeper. You have to let go, Harriet. You have to give it what it's asking for." "But what is it asking for?" Harriet's voice was desperate now. "What does it want from me?" The voice grew softer, fading into the wind. "It wants your fear, your guilt, your pain. It feeds on the things you won't let go of. You have to release them, Harriet. That's the only way to break the cycle. If you don't," the voice trailed off, leaving only the oppressive silence of the forest in its wake. Harriet's heart pounded in her chest, her breath shallow and rapid. Could it really be that simple? Was the forest feeding on the darkness inside her? She had come here burdened by grief, by guilt over her brother's disappearance, by her own fears and doubts. Was that what had trapped her here, just as it had trapped Willard? The whispers returned, louder than ever, but now Harriet understood them. They weren't just the cries of lost souls. They were the echoes of her own mind, her own insecurities and fears manifesting in the darkness of the forest. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and let it all go. Her fear, her guilt, her anger, it all flowed out of her like a river, rushing into the ground beneath her feet, into the heart of the ancient tree. The whispers grew fainter, the oppressive presence of the forest lifting as if a great weight had been taken from the air. When Harriet opened her eyes, the tree was no longer black and twisted. Its bark was still old, still ancient, but it no longer pulsed with malevolence. The vines around her ankles had loosened, falling away like dead leaves. The forest had accepted her sacrifice, not her life, but the darkness she had carried with her. Harriet stepped back from the tree, feeling lighter than she had in years. The wailing had ceased, and the forest around her was silent, peaceful, even. She had done it. The curse was broken. Harriet turned and walked away from the tree, the path before her clear. She knew the way out now, and this time, the forest would let her go. Don't forget to subscribe and like the video for more contents. The first time Emma laid eyes on the painting, something deep within her stirred, a sense of unease that she couldn't quite explain. It hung on the far wall of a dimly lit room in an obscure auction house, partially obscured by dust-covered frames and forgotten relics. The room was packed with artifacts from different eras, each with its own story, but none commanded attention quite like the painting in the corner. It wasn't a masterpiece by any well-known artist, and the colors were muted and dark. Still, it radiated something far more sinister than the chipped vases and rusted swords that surrounded it. The frame was an ornate, gilded gold, chipped and tarnished from years of neglect. The canvas itself depicted a dark, stormy landscape, a dilapidated mansion nestled at the edge of a windswept cliff. The waves below the mansion crashed violently against the rocks, and dark clouds swirled in the sky. In the foreground stood a lone figure, barely distinguishable, a woman in a long, tattered dress, her face hidden by shadows. Something about the figure sent a chill down Emma's spine, but she couldn't tear her eyes away. It was as though the woman in the painting was watching her, waiting for her to make a move. Emma's heart pounded as the auctioneer's voice echoed through the room. Lot 37, The Lady by the Sea, an ensigned piece from the early 19th century. The origins are unknown, but it was recovered from an estate with a rather mysterious past. His tone was casual, but there was a glimmer of something darker in his eyes as he glanced at the painting. She had come to the auction on a whim, hoping to find something unique for her small gallery. She wasn't looking for anything specific, just a piece that might catch her eye and add a bit of intrigue to her collection. And yet, here she was, standing transfixed before a painting that felt as though it was staring back at her. Emma had always prided herself on her discerning taste in art. She could read a piece like a book, dissecting its layers of meaning and understanding the emotions it evoked. But this painting was different. It wasn't just art, it was something else entirely. There was a heaviness to it, a dark energy that seemed to pulse from the canvas itself. Without thinking, her hand shot up, bidding on the painting. The auctioneer's hammer fell with a resounding thud. "Sold to the lady in the back," he declared, his voice carrying an almost ominous finality. The moment the deal was sealed, Emma felt a sudden wave of nausea wash over her, as though she had just made a decision she couldn't take back. She wasn't sure what had possessed her to buy the painting, but now it was hers. As she arranged for it to be delivered to her gallery, a strange sense of dread settled in her chest. What had she just brought into her life? Later that evening, Emma found herself staring at the painting again, now hanging prominently in the back room of her gallery. She hadn't planned on keeping it hidden, but something about displaying it in the main area felt wrong. It was as if the painting needed to be contained, kept away from prying eyes. The woman in the painting still unsettled her. The longer Emma stared at her, the more details seemed to emerge, details she hadn't noticed before. The faint outline of a smile tugged at the corner of the figure's lips, a smile that hadn't been there when Emma had first seen the painting. Or had it? She wasn't sure anymore. As she leaned in closer to examine the canvas, she felt the temperature in the room drop. The air grew thick, oppressive, and the dim light overhead flickered. A cold draft brushed against her skin, even though the windows were sealed shut. Then came the whisper. It was faint at first, barely more than a breath, but it sent a shiver down Emma's spine. She whipped her head around, expecting to find someone behind her, but the room was empty. The gallery was closed, and she was the only one there. But the whisper came again, clearer this time, a voice so soft it could have been the wind, but filled with malice. "Come closer." Emma's breath hitched in her throat. She stared at the painting, heart pounding, and took a step back. The woman in the painting seemed to shift, her shadowy form growing clearer. Her once-hidden eyes were now visible, cold, lifeless, but unmistakably watching Emma. The voice echoed again, louder now. "I see you." Emma stumbled backward, her back hitting the wall. The painting was no longer just a piece of art. It was alive, its presence filling the room with a palpable sense of dread. The figure in the painting seemed to lean forward, her face growing more defined, the twisted smile more prominent. In a panic, Emma ripped the painting from the wall and shoved it into the storage closet, slamming the door shut. Her hands shook, and her pulse raced as she tried to collect herself. The whispers were gone, but the suffocating atmosphere lingered. She took a deep breath and tried to shake off the fear that gripped her. It was just a painting, she told herself. She had let her imagination get the best of her. But deep down, Emma knew something was wrong. This wasn't just a case of buyer's remorse. There was something darker at play. Over the next few days, strange things began happening around the gallery. Lights flickered constantly, and the temperature fluctuated without explanation. Emma found herself waking in the middle of the night, her dreams filled with the stormy sea and the woman's eyes staring at her from the shadows. And every morning, no matter how many times she locked the storage closet, she would find the painting back on the wall, its frame perfectly hung as though it had never been removed. The whispers, too, grew more insistent. They followed her everywhere, in her gallery, her apartment, even in the streets. Sometimes it was a simple murmur, other times a mocking laugh, but the message was always the same. "I see you." Emma knew she had made a terrible mistake. The painting was no ordinary work of art. It was cursed, and it had chosen her. But what did it want, and how could she escape its hold? As the days went on, the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurred. Emma could no longer tell where the painting ended and her own life began. The woman in the canvas was no longer just a figure trapped in paint. She was a presence, alive and waiting. And Emma feared that soon, she would be pulled into that nightmare world, where the stormy cliffs and dark waters awaited her, and the woman's eyes would never stop watching. This was no longer a matter of removing the painting from her life. It had become a fight for her very soul. Sleep had become an impossible luxury. Emma hadn't rested properly since the painting came into her life. Each night, as soon as she closed her eyes, the woman in the canvas would appear in her dreams, always in the same place, always watching from the windswept cliffs. The cold sea roared behind her, its waves crashing violently against the rocks. And no matter how hard Emma tried to run, to escape that dark landscape, she found herself drawn back, again and again. It wasn't just the dreams that haunted her. The gallery felt different too, heavier, as if the walls were closing in. The painting, the lady by the sea, had become the center of her world. She tried locking it away in the storage room, covering it with heavy fabric, but it didn't matter. The woman in the painting seemed to follow her. The whispers, now louder, echoed through the gallery halls, as if they were being spoken directly into her ear. "I see you." The voice was always the same, soft, mocking, and filled with malice. Desperate to understand what was happening, Emma began researching the painting's origins. The auction house hadn't provided much information beyond the vague mention of a mysterious past. After a few sleepless nights spent digging through obscure art history books and online forums, Emma found something that chilled her to the bone. The painting had been owned by several people over the last 2 centuries, each of whom had met a tragic, untimely end. Some had gone mad, claiming that the woman in the painting was alive and that she spoke to them. Others had disappeared entirely, leaving no trace behind. The last owner, a wealthy recluse, had been found dead in his mansion, the painting hanging over his lifeless body. No one could explain the cause of death. It was as if his heart had simply stopped. The more Emma read, the more she realized that she wasn't just dealing with a cursed object. She was dealing with something much older, much darker. According to a fragmented account in an old art journal, the painting was rumored to have been created by a man named Elias Drummond, an artist known for his obsession with the occult. In the late 1800s, Drummond had become fascinated with the idea of capturing the human soul within his work. He believed that by invoking dark rituals and using forbidden techniques, he could trap a spirit inside a painting, binding it to the canvas for eternity. His masterpiece, The Lady by the Sea, was said to be the culmination of his twisted experiments. The woman in the painting, whose identity was unknown, was believed to be a victim of Drummond's ritual, a soul bound forever to the stormy cliffs depicted in the artwork. Some claimed she was his lover, others a woman he had wronged, but the details were lost to time. What was clear, however, was that the painting was no mere work of art. It was a prison, and the woman inside was very much alive. As the days passed, Emma's obsession with the painting grew. It wasn't just the whispers or the dreams. Something far more insidious was happening. She could feel the painting calling to her, drawing her in, as if the woman inside wanted something from her. And Emma couldn't resist. Every time she walked into the gallery, her eyes would drift toward the back room, where the painting was kept. No matter how hard she tried to avoid it, her thoughts always returned to that stormy landscape, to the woman on the cliff. She found herself standing in front of the canvas for hours at a time, losing track of time, unable to tear her gaze away. The more she stared, the more she noticed details that hadn't been there before. The waves in the background seemed to move, subtly at first, then more violently, crashing against the rocks with a force that almost seemed real. The clouds in the sky swirled ominously, growing darker and more menacing with each passing day. But it was the woman's face that terrified Emma the most. At first, it had been a vague shadow, barely distinguishable from the surrounding gloom. Now, the features were sharp, her eyes clear and piercing. And those eyes, they weren't just looking out from the painting anymore. They were looking directly at Emma, following her every move, watching her with a sinister hunger. One night, unable to sleep and desperate for answers, Emma returned to the gallery. She turned on the lights, their harsh glow doing little to chase away the darkness that seemed to cling to the air. The painting, once again, was back on the wall despite her attempts to keep it hidden. It hung there like a looming thread, its presence overwhelming. Emma approached it cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. The woman's eyes bore into her, and for the first time, Emma noticed something she hadn't seen before, a faint reflection in the stormy waters below the cliffs. It was subtle, barely visible, but there it was, the reflection of another figure standing beside the woman. A man, half obscured by the waves. Emma's breath caught in her throat. Who was he? And why hadn't she noticed him before? As she stared at the reflection, the whispers returned, louder and more urgent. "You've come for me," the voice hissed. "You can't leave." The temperature in the room plummeted, and a gust of icy wind seemed to blow from nowhere, rustling the papers on her desk. The lights flickered violently, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Emma backed away, her hands trembling, but the whispers followed her, growing louder and more insistent. "You can't leave," the voice repeated, a sinister edge creeping into its tone. "I see you." Suddenly, the figure in the painting shifted. The woman's head turned ever so slightly, her cold, dead eyes locking onto Emma with an intensity that made her blood run cold. Her smile widened, a cruel, mocking grin that promised nothing but suffering. Emma's heart raced. She stumbled backward, her body trembling with fear. The room seemed to close in on her, the walls pressing down as the air grew thick with the stench of the sea. The waves in the painting crashed louder, the storm clouds swirling violently overhead. And then, in one final, horrifying moment, the woman stepped forward, out of the painting. Emma screamed, but no sound came. The world went black. When she awoke, she was lying on the cold floor of the gallery, the painting still hanging on the wall as if nothing had happened. But Emma knew better. Something had changed. The woman in the painting wasn't just a figure anymore. She was here, in the real world, watching, waiting. And Emma feared that soon, she wouldn't be able to escape her grasp. Emma awoke the next morning with a splitting headache and the uneasy sensation that the events of the previous night were more than just a nightmare. The memory of the woman stepping out of the painting haunted her, the cold, lifeless eyes fixed on her even now. She rubbed her temples, trying to convince herself that it couldn't have been real. But deep down, she knew the truth. Whatever had happened last night, it had left a mark on her. As she got ready for the day, Emma avoided looking directly at her reflection in the mirror. Her skin looked paler than usual, her eyes sunken with dark circles beneath them, but that wasn't what disturbed her. It was the feeling of being watched, constantly, even in her own apartment, with the doors locked and no one around. She couldn't shake the sensation that someone, or something, was observing her every move. She hurried through her morning routine and made her way back to the gallery, hoping that throwing herself into work might help her forget about the painting and the terrifying encounter. But as soon as she stepped through the door, the familiar weight of dread settled over her again. The painting was still there, hanging on the wall in the back room, exactly where it had been the night before. It looked so ordinary in the light of day, like any other piece of old art. But Emma knew better now. She could feel the malevolent presence emanating from it, the dark energy that seemed to seep into the very air around it. She approached the painting cautiously, her pulse quickening with each step. The woman in the canvas looked the same as ever, standing on the cliffside, her face partially obscured by shadows. But there was something different now. The figure beside her, the faint reflection Emma had seen in the water, was more distinct today. The man's features were clearer, though still shrouded in the swirling mist of the storm. He wasn't just a background detail anymore. He was becoming part of the story, part of her story. Emma reached out a trembling hand, her fingers hovering just inches from the canvas. She didn't know why she felt compelled to touch it, but it was as though the painting itself was drawing her in, pulling her closer with an invisible force. The whispers began again, soft and sinister, curling around her like a cold breeze. "You're one of us now." The voice sent a jolt of terror through her. She jerked her hand back, her heart racing. Emma stumbled away from the painting, her mind reeling. Was she losing her grip on reality? Or was the painting truly alive, filled with a presence that wanted to claim her? Frantic for answers, she locked the gallery doors and turned to the one person who might be able to help her, Dr. Evelyn Carter, an art historian and specialist in occult symbolism. Emma had met Dr. Carter years ago during an art exhibit and knew she had studied the darker side of art history, particularly pieces linked to supernatural events. If anyone could explain what was happening, it would be her. Emma grabbed her phone and dialed Dr. Carter's number. Her fingers shook as she pressed the call button, and her breath hitched in her throat when the line finally connected. "Emma, it's been a while," Dr. Carter said, her voice warm but slightly curious. "What can I do for you?" I need your help," Emma stammered, pacing nervously around the gallery. "It's about a painting I bought. Something is wrong with it. Really wrong." There was a brief pause on the other end. "What do you mean wrong? Are you talking about a forgery?" "No, it's not that," Emma said quickly. I don't even know how to explain it, but there's something inside the painting. A woman. And she's alive. Evelyn. I know this sounds crazy, but I think it's cursed. Every time I look at it, it feels like she's watching me. Last night." Emma's voice faltered as she recalled the terrifying events of the night before. "Last night, I think she stepped out of the painting." Dr. Carter didn't respond right away, but Emma could hear the soft intake of breath on the other end. When she spoke again, her tone was much more serious. "Where did you get this painting?" "I bought it at an auction," Emma replied, her voice trembling. "They didn't give much information, but I found out that the artist Elias Drummond was involved in some kind of occult practices. People who've owned the painting before, they've all ended up dead or missing." There was a long silence. When Dr. Carter spoke again, her voice was grave. Elias Drummond was notorious for his experiments with dark rituals. He believed he could bind souls to his artwork. Many people thought it was just the ramblings of a madman, but there have always been rumors about certain paintings of his being cursed. I've come across one or two accounts, but nothing concrete. "This one is real, Evelyn," Emma whispered. "I've seen her. She's here, in the gallery. I don't know what to do." Dr. Carter let out a slow breath. "All right, listen to me carefully. If what you're saying is true, you need to be very careful. These kinds of artifacts, if they're truly cursed, they can be dangerous. You need to find a way to sever whatever connection the painting has to you before it's too late." Emma's stomach dropped. "How do I do that?" "I'm not sure yet," Dr. Carter admitted, "but I'll do some research. In the meantime, don't let the painting out of your sight, and whatever you do, don't engage with it." "Engage with it?" Emma repeated, confused. "Don't speak to it. Don't let it draw you in," Dr. Carter warned. "These entities, If that's what we're dealing with, they feed on attention. They grow stronger the more you interact with them. You need to distance yourself, both mentally and physically. Emma nodded, even though Dr. Carter couldn't see her. Okay, please hurry, Evelyn. I don't know how much time I have. I'll be there as soon as I can, Dr. Carter promised. Just hold on. Emma hung up, her hands shaking. She felt a small flicker of hope, but it was quickly overshadowed by the oppressive presence of the painting looming in the back room. The woman's eyes seemed to follow her, even from a distance, and Emma knew that whatever Dr. Carter discovered, she had already become deeply entangled in something far beyond her understanding. As the day wore on, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Emma could feel the presence creeping closer, pressing in on her like a heavy weight. And as night fell, she knew that the real nightmare was only just beginning. Night had fallen again, casting the gallery into deep shadows. Emma sat in the dim light of a single desk lamp, her eyes fixed on the painting that had become her waking nightmare. The woman's gaze was colder now, more piercing, and the figure beside her, the man whose features were gradually emerging, seemed to shift ever so slightly every time Emma blinked. His presence was growing, becoming more defined with each passing hour, as if the painting itself was preparing for something. Dr. Carter hadn't arrived yet, and Emma's phone had remained silent since their last conversation. Anxiety gnawed at her insides, but there was something more unsettling than the waiting. The whispers had changed. They no longer felt random, chaotic. They were forming sentences, twisted fragments of thoughts that circled around Emma's mind like a swarm of angry bees. "It's almost time," one voice hissed, raspy and filled with malice. "She needs you. You can't run." Emma's heart pounded in her chest. She could feel the darkness closing in around her, the invisible grip tightening as though the painting was slowly pulling her in, bit by bit. She tried to keep her distance, but every step away from it seemed to make her feel more vulnerable, as though the distance was making her weaker, not safer. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. Emma stood up, pacing back and forth in the small gallery space, her thoughts a jumbled mess. She knew she shouldn't engage with the painting, just as Dr. Carter had warned her, but something about it was irresistible. It was calling to her, compelling her to understand what it wanted. Against her better judgment, she grabbed a flashlight and ventured toward the back room where the painting hung. The air seemed to grow heavier with each step she took, and the whispers grew louder, filling the room with their ghostly murmurs. When Emma reached the painting, she stood frozen in front of it, her breath shallow. The storm in the painting raged on, the waves crashing more violently than ever against the cliffs. The sky was a swirl of dark clouds, and the wind whipped through the woman's hair as if she was alive, standing on those cliffs, experiencing the storm firsthand. And then, Emma noticed something she hadn't seen before, a small, dark smear on the edge of the canvas. It wasn't paint. It looked more like blood. She swallowed hard, her throat dry. Her fingers trembled as she reached out and lightly touched the smear. It was fresh. A wave of nausea washed over her. Had someone, or something, left this mark recently? And if so, why? Suddenly, the room felt colder, and Emma's breath came out in visible puffs of air. She turned, her heart pounding as she heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing through the gallery. They were slow, deliberate, and heavy, moving toward her with a menacing purpose. She wasn't alone. Emma's grip tightened around the flashlight as she scanned the darkened room. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice shaky. But no one answered. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, the whispers returned, louder, more demanding. "She betrayed him. She will pay. You are next. There is no escape." Emma's stomach churned with fear, but she couldn't run. Something deeper than her terror kept her rooted to the spot, an instinctual understanding that running would only make things worse. She turned back to the painting, her eyes locking with the woman's once more. The woman's expression had changed. Her face, once sorrowful, was now twisted with anger, her lips curled into a sneer. Her eyes burned with hatred, and Emma could feel the malice radiating from the canvas like heat from a fire. A sudden gust of wind rushed through the room, whipping Emma's hair around her face, and sending papers flying off her desk. The lights flickered violently before plunging the gallery into darkness. Emma's heart raced, her hands shaking as she fumbled to turn on the flashlight. When the beam of light cut through the darkness, Emma gasped. The painting had changed. The woman was no longer standing on the cliffs. She was gone. The stormy sea continued to rage in the background, but the figure that had been trapped in the canvas for centuries was nowhere to be seen. Emma's blood turned to ice. A faint sound reached her ears, the soft creak of floorboards behind her. She spun around, the flashlight shaking in her hand as she scanned the room. But it was empty. The gallery was deathly still, yet Emma could feel the presence lingering, watching her. The whispers filled her head once again, but this time they were clearer than ever. "He's here." Before Emma could process the meaning of the words, she felt a cold hand brush against the back of her neck. She whipped around, the flashlight beam illuminating nothing but empty space. But she knew someone or something was there with her. Her pulse thundered in her ears as she backed away from the spot where she had felt the touch. Panic welled up inside her, but it was too late. The presence was growing stronger, suffocating her with its intensity. Just as Emma reached the door, a loud bang echoed through the gallery. The door to the back room slammed shut with a force that rattled the walls. Emma froze, her back pressed against the cold glass of the gallery's entrance. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, coalescing into a single, terrifying voice that filled the room with a chilling clarity. "It's time." The lights flickered back on, and the room was bathed in a sickly yellow glow. Emma's eyes darted back to the painting, her heart pounding so hard she thought it might explode in her chest. The woman was back, but this time she wasn't alone. Standing beside her, fully visible now, was the man. His face was twisted with rage, his eyes burning with fury as he stared directly at Emma. The storm in the painting raged on, but it was clear that something had changed, something far more dangerous than before. The man's mouth moved, and though Emma couldn't hear the words, she knew exactly what he was saying. "You're next." The lights flickered again, and the room plunged into darkness once more. Emma screamed as she felt the cold hand close around her wrist, pulling her toward the painting, toward the nightmare that awaited her inside. Emma's scream echoed through the darkened gallery, but there was no one to hear it. The icy grip around her wrist tightened, dragging her closer to the painting. She tried to pull away, but the force was relentless, as if an unseen hand was dragging her toward the very heart of the nightmare. Her feet scraped against the floor as she fought against it, but the cold, invisible pull was stronger than anything she had ever experienced. The whispers surrounded her, louder now, almost deafening. "You can't escape. He's coming for you." The oppressive darkness in the gallery seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. Emma's flashlight had slipped from her hand during the struggle, the beam casting long, eerie shadows across the walls, making the room feel even more surreal and nightmarish. Her heartbeat thundered in her chest, but she forced herself to stop struggling for a moment, focusing on one clear thought: she needed to survive this. She couldn't allow herself to be consumed by panic. With a surge of adrenaline, Emma wrenched her arm free from the icy grasp. She stumbled backward, panting heavily, and her eyes darted to the painting. The man in the canvas, his eyes, once locked on her, now seemed to follow her movements, filled with fury. The storm in the background roared even more violently, the waves crashing against the cliffs, as though the painting itself was reacting to Emma's defiance. She had to destroy it. There was no other way. Emma's breath came out in ragged gasps as she ran to the supply closet, where a small toolkit was stored. She rummaged through it, her hands shaking, until she found a crowbar. Her mind raced as she grabbed it, feeling its cold, heavy weight in her hand. Could she really destroy the painting? Would it even work? The whispers surged again, more insistent this time, as if they knew what she was planning. "He won't let you. It's too late." But Emma pushed the voices aside, rushing back into the gallery. She stopped in front of the cursed canvas, staring at the man and woman within it. Their expressions had changed yet again. The woman looked almost smug, her lips curling into a cruel smile. The man, however, was seething with rage, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Emma raised the crowbar high above her head. She hesitated for only a second before bringing it down with all her strength, aiming directly at the center of the painting. The impact echoed through the gallery, the sharp sound like a gunshot in the silence. The canvas ripped beneath the crowbar's weight, but instead of relief, a sense of dread washed over Emma. The air around her seemed to grow colder, and the whispers turned into guttural screams. The torn canvas began to ripple, as if the fabric of reality itself was unraveling. Shadows poured from the tier like smoke, swirling and coiling around Emma's feet. She stepped back in horror, watching as the figures inside the painting began to move, their faces twisted into monstrous shapes. Suddenly, the man lunged from the canvas, his body materializing out of the swirling shadows. His face, once human, was now a grotesque mask of fury, his eyes glowing with an unnatural, burning hatred. His outstretched hand reached for Emma, and she barely had time to react. She swung the crowbar again, this time aiming for him, but he was faster than she anticipated. His cold, ghostly hand wrapped around her wrist, and the force of his grip sent a jolt of pain shooting through her arm. Emma screamed as she struggled, but it felt like her strength was being drained, sapped by his cold touch. "You took everything from me," the man's voice boomed, filled with rage. His face twisted in anger, and Emma realized with horror that she wasn't just fighting a ghost. She was confronting the soul of someone consumed by vengeance. "I didn't do anything," Emma gasped, her voice strained as she fought against his hold. "I don't even know you. You bear the burden," the man growled, his voice reverberating through the room. "For her sins." Emma's mind raced. For her sins? He wasn't talking about her. He was talking about the woman in the painting. The woman who had betrayed him, who had somehow trapped him in this cursed artwork. But why was he targeting Emma? Why did he believe she was responsible? Through the haze of fear, a realization struck her. She was being punished for something she had no part in. The painting, the curse, the ghosts. It was all part of some ancient, unresolved betrayal. And now, this vengeful spirit was seeking justice in the only way it knew how, by taking her as its next victim. But Emma wasn't ready to give up. With a final burst of energy, she twisted free of the man's grasp, stumbling backward. She raised the crowbar one last time, her eyes locking onto the painting. She had to finish what she started, before the spirit could react. Emma drove the crowbar into the center of the canvas, tearing through the fabric with a savage force. The painting split in half, the frame cracking under the pressure. A deafening scream echoed through the gallery as the man and the woman in the painting were consumed by the swirling shadows. The air crackled with dark energy, and Emma could feel the room itself trembling, as if the very foundation of the gallery was shifting. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, it was over. The room fell silent, the oppressive weight of the presence lifted. The painting, now torn and broken, hung limp on the wall. The figures inside were gone, vanished into the darkness, leaving behind nothing but an empty, ruined canvas. Emma collapsed to the floor, the crowbar slipping from her hand. Her body shook with exhaustion and fear, but she was alive. She had survived. The nightmare was over. As the adrenaline began to fade, Emma's phone buzzed in her pocket. She fumbled to pull it out, her hand still trembling. It was Dr. Carter. "Emma." Dr. Carter's voice was frantic on the other end. "I've been researching the painting. It's tied to a ritual. The only way to break the curse is to destroy the—" "It's done," Emma whispered, her voice weak. "I destroyed it." There was a long pause on the other end of the line before Dr. Carter finally spoke, her voice full of relief. "Thank God. Emma, you have no idea how dangerous that painting was." Emma leaned back against the wall, closing her eyes. "I think I do." She hung up the phone, her body trembling with exhaustion. The nightmare was finally over. But as she sat there in the empty gallery, staring at the torn remains of the cursed painting, she couldn't help but wonder. Had she truly escaped? Or had the darkness left something behind, waiting to rise again? As she stood to leave, the faintest of whispers echoed through the room, almost too quiet to hear. Emma's story, serves as a reminder of the darkness that can linger in forgotten corners of the world, waiting for someone to awaken it. If you enjoyed this journey into the unknown, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more terrifying tales that will keep you up at night. We're just getting started. You won't want to miss what's coming next. The small, sleepy town of Ridgewood had always felt far removed from the rest of the world, nestled among vast woodlands and surrounded by a sense of eerie isolation. Tall trees stretched out in every direction, their branches intertwining like skeletal fingers reaching toward the sky. At the heart of this dense forest stood an ancient oak, far older than any of the houses or roads in Ridgewood. Its gnarled, twisted form was a towering giant, its hollow trunk large enough for a person to step inside. No one remembered exactly how long it had stood there, but local folklore suggested that the tree was older than the town itself, perhaps as old as the earth beneath it. What drew the most attention, however, was not the tree's age, but the strange light that sometimes flickered from within its hollow. Over the years, many townspeople claimed to have seen it, a faint, ghostly glow that pulsed like a heartbeat, especially on nights when the moon was high and the air felt thick with tension. No one could explain the source of the light, and those brave enough to venture near the tree after dark would always return with a haunted look in their eyes, refusing to speak about what they'd seen. For years, the mysterious light had been dismissed as just another oddity of Ridgewood, something to whisper about around campfires, but never to seriously investigate. That was until Claire Morgan arrived. Claire was not from Ridgewood. She was an outsider, a journalist with a penchant for chasing strange stories that others were too afraid or too skeptical to touch. Her career had taken her to the far corners of the world, but when she heard about the mysterious light in Ridgewood's forest, she couldn't resist. Something about it called to her, tugging at the edges of her curiosity in a way that was impossible to ignore. The townspeople were polite enough when she arrived, but it was clear that they didn't trust her. Ridgewood wasn't a place that welcomed newcomers easily, and Claire felt the weight of their suspicion everywhere she went. Her inquiries about the tree and the light were met with cold stares or vague answers, as if the people of Ridgewood were afraid to acknowledge the strange happenings in their own backyard. "Best you stay away from that tree, miss," one of the older locals had warned her at the small diner where she'd stopped for coffee. "Nothing good's ever come from going near it after dark. People disappear, animals too, and those who do come back, well, they're never quite the same." Claire had smiled politely, but she wasn't one to be scared off by ghost stories. She'd heard it all before: urban legends, folklore, superstitions meant to keep people in line. But the light in the tree was real. She knew that much. And if it was real, it could be explained. That night, armed with her notebook, camera, and flashlight, Claire set off into the woods alone. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and pine, and as she made her way deeper into the forest, the sounds of the town faded into the background, replaced by the eerie silence of nature. Every so often, she thought she heard the snap of a branch or the rustling of leaves, but when she stopped to listen, there was nothing. Only the faint whisper of the wind through the trees. She found the oak with little trouble. It wasn't hard to spot. Its massive, twisted form stood out even in the darkness, like a sentinel guarding the heart of the forest. The hollow in its trunk was larger than she'd expected, big enough for her to crouch inside if she wanted to. And there, deep within the hollow, was the light. It wasn't bright, but it pulsed gently, casting faint shadows on the surrounding bark. Claire's heart skipped a beat as she stepped closer. The air around the tree felt colder, almost unnaturally so, and she could feel a strange pressure building in her chest, like the air was thickening the closer she got. She reached out, hesitating for just a moment, before placing her hand on the rough bark of the tree. The moment her fingers made contact, a sharp, electric jolt shot up her arm, and she yanked her hand back in shock. The light flickered, then intensified, glowing brighter and brighter until it was almost blinding. Claire shielded her eyes, her pulse racing as the world around her seemed to tilt and shift. For a split second, she thought she saw something in the light, an outline of a figure, human-like but not quite right, its form distorted as though it was made of smoke or shadow. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the light vanished. Claire blinked, disoriented. The forest was dark again, and the only sound was her own ragged breathing. She stood there for a long moment, staring at the hollow where the light had been, her mind racing. What had she just seen? Was it real, or had her imagination gotten the better of her? But before she could process what had just happened, something else caught her attention, a faint whisper. It was so soft she almost didn't hear it, but it was there, carried on the wind. "Leave now." The words sent a shiver down her spine. Claire spun around, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but there was no one there. The forest was still, and yet she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves grew louder, more pronounced. Claire's heart pounded in her chest as she turned to the tree again, her eyes widening in shock. The bark of the tree, once solid and unmoving, was shifting. It twisted and groaned, as if the tree itself was coming alive. And then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw movement. Just beyond the edge of the hollow, something was there, watching her. It was barely visible in the shadows, but Claire could make out the shape of a figure, tall, slender, and unnaturally still. The figure's eyes glinted in the darkness, reflecting the faint light from her flashlight. Panic surged through her, but before she could move, the figure stepped forward, its form dissolving into the darkness like mist. Claire stumbled backward, her pulse racing, and without thinking, she turned and ran. The forest seemed to close in around her as she sprinted back toward town, the sound of her footsteps echoing through the trees. The air grew colder, and the whispers followed her, growing louder and more insistent. "You shouldn't have come." By the time she reached the edge of the forest, Claire's legs were shaking, and her breath came in ragged gasps. She stopped only when she reached the safety of the open field just beyond the tree line. She turned, her eyes scanning the darkened woods behind her. But the figure was gone, and the only thing left was the oppressive silence of the night. Whatever was in that tree, it wasn't just a trick of the light. Something was waiting there, watching, and it didn't want her to leave. But Claire wasn't done yet. She'd found her story, and no matter how dangerous it might be, she wasn't going to walk away until she uncovered the truth behind the mysterious light in the hollow tree. The next morning, Claire awoke with the images of the previous night still seared into her mind. The hollow tree, the strange light, and the shadowy figure haunted her thoughts, and she couldn't shake the feeling that she had barely scratched the surface of whatever was happening in Ridgewood. Her instincts, honed by years of chasing strange phenomena, told her there was more to this mystery than just an unexplained light. But this time, it felt different, darker, more personal. She sat at the small desk in her rented room, reviewing the photos she had taken in the forest. They were all blurry, unfocused, as though the camera itself had been affected by the strange energy in the woods. The shots of the tree were clear enough to show its massive, twisted trunk, but there was no sign of the light or the figure she had glimpsed. Frustration gnawed at her, but it only strengthened her resolve. She had seen something, felt something, and she wasn't going to let it slip away. As Claire sipped her coffee, she recalled the faint whisper she had heard. The words, so soft and eerie, had sent chills down her spine. "You shouldn't have come." She knew she was dealing with something beyond the ordinary, but was it paranormal? A trick of the mind? Or something far more sinister? Determined to find answers, Claire headed into town to do more digging. Ridgewood, with its quiet streets and slow pace, felt worlds away from the bustling city she was used to. The locals eyed her with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity as she walked past, clearly still wary of the outsider poking around their town's forgotten mysteries. Her first stop was the small, cluttered library that stood at the end of the main street. It wasn't much, just a single room lined with old books and dusty shelves. But Claire had learned long ago that libraries, especially in small towns, often held the key to long-buried secrets. She approached the elderly librarian, a wiry woman with steel-gray hair and sharp, observant eyes. "I'm looking for any information you might have on the forest," Claire began, trying to sound casual. "Specifically about an old oak tree that's out there, near the center of the woods." The librarian's eyes narrowed. "The hollow tree?" Claire nodded. "Yes, that's the one. Is there anything written about it? Anything at all?" For a moment, the librarian didn't answer. Her gaze shifted to the window, as if weighing how much she should reveal. Finally, with a heavy sigh, She stood and motioned for Claire to follow her to the back corner of the library. "Not much left about the hollow tree," she said as they walked, her voice low. "Most of the stories are passed down by word of mouth, you see. Not many people want to remember what happened all those years ago." "What happened?" Claire asked, intrigued. The librarian stopped in front of an old, weathered shelf and pulled down a thin, yellowed book. She handed it to Claire, her expression unreadable. "This might give you some insight. It's an old town record, but it mentions the tree. Just be careful, miss. Some things are better left alone." Claire thanked the woman and sat down at one of the library's small wooden tables, carefully flipping through the brittle pages of the book. The volume was a mix of town records, historical accounts, and strange, cryptic notes scribbled in the margins. It was clear that Ridgewood had a long history, one filled with whispers of the unexplained and the supernatural. About halfway through the book, she found a section titled The Hollow Tree Incident. The entry was brief, but chilling. In the summer of 1928, several children from the town of Ridgewood went missing in the woods. Their last known whereabouts were near the ancient oak tree. Despite exhaustive searches, the children were never found. The townspeople whispered of a strange light seen within the hollow of the tree on the nights leading up to their disappearance. Local superstitions grew, and many believed the tree was cursed. After that summer, the area around the tree was declared off-limits, and the townsfolk avoided it at all costs. Claire's heart raced as she read the passage again. Missing children? A cursed tree? It sounded like something out of a gothic horror novel, but this was real. She had been there, seen the light for herself, and now the pieces of the puzzle were starting to come together. But the biggest question remained: what happened to those children, and what was the true nature of the light inside the tree? As she continued to read, Claire noticed a few more references to the hollow tree, each one more unsettling than the last. There were mentions of strange occurrences in the woods, disembodied voices, eerie figures seen lurking among the trees, and other mysterious disappearances over the years. The pattern was always the same. People would go into the forest, drawn by the light, and they either returned deeply disturbed or never came back at all. It was then that she found a peculiar note scribbled in the margin of one of the pages. "The light is not what it seems. It's a lure. Beware the ones who watch from the shadows." The word sent a chill down Claire's spine. A lure? For what? And who, or what, was watching from the shadows? Determined to get more answers, Claire decided to visit Ridgewood's oldest resident, a reclusive man named Thomas Granger, who had lived in the town for over 90 years. According to what she'd heard from the locals, Granger had been a child during the time of the hollow tree incident. If anyone knew more about the tree's dark history, it would be him. She made her way to Granger's dilapidated farmhouse on the outskirts of town, her mind racing with questions. The house itself looked like it hadn't been touched in decades, with peeling paint and overgrown weeds swallowing the front yard. She knocked on the door, the sound echoing through the stillness. After what felt like an eternity, the door creaked open, revealing a frail, hunched figure. Thomas Granger was a ghost of a man, with deep-set eyes and skin like parchment. He stared at her through the narrow crack in the door, his gaze sharp despite his age. "You're the one asking about the tree, aren't you?" His voice was raspy, almost accusatory. Claire nodded, trying to keep her tone respectful. "I'm a journalist. I'm looking into the light people have seen there. I was hoping you could help me understand what's going on." For a long moment, Granger said nothing, his eyes boring into hers. Then, with a sigh, he stepped aside and motioned for her to come in. "I'll tell you what I know," he muttered, "but you're not going to like it." Claire stepped into the dark, musty interior of the house, her curiosity mingling with a growing sense of dread. Whatever secrets Thomas Granger held, she was about to uncover something far more dangerous than she had ever anticipated. The light in the hollow tree was just the beginning. Thomas Granger led Claire into a dimly lit living room, where the air was thick with dust and the walls were lined with ancient, fading photographs. The room had the musty, forgotten scent of a place trapped in time, untouched by the outside world. As they sat down in two old, creaky chairs near the fireplace, Claire could feel the weight of history pressing in on her. Granger's hands trembled slightly as he reached for a chipped mug on the table, taking a slow sip of what smelled like herbal tea. His eyes, however, never left hers. "You want to know about the hollow tree?" he began, his voice barely above a whisper. "You want to know about the light? But there's more to it than you think." Claire leaned forward, her notebook open, ready to capture every word. "I've heard stories," she replied carefully, "about missing children, strange disappearances, and something about a curse." Granger's lips tightened into a thin line. "Stories," he echoed with a bitter chuckle. "That's all they think it is now. Just tales to scare children at night. But I was there, Claire. I saw what that tree is capable of." His words hung in the air like a dark cloud. Claire shivered, not from the cold, but from the gravity of what was about to be revealed. "It was the summer of 1928, Granger continued, his eyes glazing over as memories from decades past flooded his mind. "I was just a boy, no more than 10 years old. Back then, the woods were a place where we played. The older kids would dare each other to go deep into the forest, to touch the tree. It was a rite of passage, in a way. But even then, the grown-ups warned us to stay away from it after dark." Granger paused, staring at the flickering embers in the fireplace, as though seeing something far more sinister in their glow. "That summer, things started happening. Kids went missing, my friends, my neighbors. One by one, they disappeared, and every time it happened, someone swore they saw the light in the hollow tree the night before. My mother told me it was a sign, a warning from something old and evil that lived in the forest." Claire's pulse quickened as she scribbled down his words. "What happened to the children? Were they ever found?" Granger shook his head slowly, the pain of those memories evident in his eyes. "No, not a trace, not even a footprint. The town searched the woods for days, but the forest seemed different, like it was shifting, hiding them away. And then one night, I saw the light for myself." Claire sat up straighter, sensing that this was the moment that had haunted Granger all these years. "I was out with my brother, Jack. We were curious, stupid, really. We wanted to see what all the fuss was about, to prove that the stories weren't true. It was late, too late to be in the woods. But we saw it, that glow, like something alive was inside the tree, pulsing, calling to us." Granger's voice wavered, his eyes filled with a distant terror. "I wanted to leave. I told Jack we should go, but he wouldn't listen. He got closer, and before I knew it, he was right in front of the tree." Granger's hands clenched the arms of the chair, his knuckles white. "I'll never forget what happened next. The light grew brighter, so bright it hurt to look at, and then it reached out, like it had arms or tendrils pulling him in. I tried to stop it, but he was gone just like that. The light swallowed him whole." The room seemed to darken around them as Granger's story unfolded, the crackling fire the only sound between them. Claire's heart pounded in her chest. "Did anyone believe you? What did the town do?" Granger's jaw clenched. "Of course they didn't believe me. They said Jack must have run off, gotten lost in the woods. But I know what I saw. My brother didn't just disappear. The tree took him." He leaned closer, his eyes burning with intensity. "The light isn't just some ghostly glow. It's something ancient, something that feeds. It lures you in with curiosity, with promises of answers. But once you're close enough, it takes what it wants. And it never lets go." Claire felt a chill crawl up her spine. This was no longer just a local ghost story. It was something far darker. The idea of a malevolent force hiding in the woods, preying on the curious, was too horrifying to ignore. But she had seen the light too, hadn't she? And something had called out to her in the night, just as it had to the others. "I have to see it again," she said softly, more to herself than to Granger. "You're a fool if you go back there," Granger said sharply, his voice filled with the weight of experience. "That tree is cursed. Anyone who goes near it ends up changed, if they're lucky enough to return at all. It's not just about the light. It's about what's hiding inside." Claire's mind raced. The tree, the light, the disappearances, it was all connected. But there was still something missing, a piece of the puzzle she hadn't uncovered yet. Why did the light appear? What was it trying to achieve? And most importantly, how had it gone unnoticed for so long? "There must be more," she said, pushing herself to dig deeper. "Something that explains why this is happening. Has anyone ever tried to stop it? To break the curse?" Granger shook his head. "There's no stopping it. The tree has been there longer than any of us, and it will be there long after we're gone. But there is one thing I remember, something my mother told me. She said the light is a beacon, a guide for lost souls. But it's twisted, corrupted by whatever evil lurks in the forest. If you go to the tree, you're not just walking into a trap, you're walking into another world, one where the rules we know don't apply. His words hung heavy in the air, leaving Claire with more questions than answers. But she was more determined than ever to get to the bottom of it. Whatever was happening in the woods, whatever the light truly was, she had to see it for herself. She had to know the truth, even if it meant risking everything. "I'll be careful," she promised as she stood to leave, though even she didn't fully believe it. Granger watched her with a weary expression, as though he had already resigned himself to her fate. "You won't be," he muttered. "No one ever is." As Claire stepped out of the house and into the fading daylight, she felt the weight of Granger's warning pressing down on her. The forest loomed in the distance, dark and foreboding, the ancient oak at its heart calling to her like a siren. She knew she was walking into something far more dangerous than she had ever anticipated. But Claire Morgan had never been one to back down from a mystery, no matter how terrifying it might be. And the hollow tree wasn't finished with her yet. That night, Claire stood at the edge of the forest, her flashlight casting a narrow beam into the darkened path ahead. The towering trees seemed to lean in, their gnarled branches like skeletal hands stretching toward her. The wind whispered through the leaves, carrying faint, indistinct voices on its breath, and the air smelled of damp earth and decay. She shuddered but steeled herself, knowing that whatever awaited her inside the hollow tree would not reveal itself easily. Thomas Granger's words echoed in her mind. "You're not just walking into a trap, you're walking into another world." But Claire was no stranger to fear, and something about this place, this mystery, pulled at her with an irresistible force. She had to know what was inside the tree, had to understand why it had taken so many lives, and what made the cursed light burn so brightly in the heart of these woods. With one last look back toward the town, Claire switched on her flashlight and stepped into the darkness. The forest seemed to swallow the light almost immediately. The narrow beam of her flashlight barely penetrated the inky blackness ahead, but she pressed on, the sound of her own footsteps unnervingly loud in the stillness. The path wound deeper into the woods, twisting like a snake through dense underbrush and shadowed groves. Every few minutes, Claire heard rustling in the trees above her, or the snap of a twig underfoot, but when she stopped to listen, the forest fell eerily silent. She wasn't alone. The deeper she went, the stronger the sense of being watched grew. It wasn't just paranoia. There was something there, just beyond the reach of her flashlight, lurking in the shadows. She could feel its presence, tracking her every move. The cold, heavy feeling of dread settled in her chest, but she kept moving, her heart pounding in her ears. And then, through the trees, she saw it. The hollow tree. Even in the darkness, its enormous, twisted form was unmistakable. The tree stood alone in a small clearing, its blackened bark gnarled and scarred, as if it had been struck by lightning countless times but never fallen. Its hollow center gaped like a mouth, wide and inviting, the opening large enough to swallow her whole. And there, deep inside the hollow, was the light. It pulsed faintly, a soft, otherworldly glow that seemed to flicker with a life of its own. It wasn't the bright, blinding light she had seen before. This was more like a beacon, drawing her in with its subtle, almost hypnotic pull. Claire felt her body move toward it involuntarily, her feet taking slow, measured steps across the clearing. She could hear the distant whispers again, growing louder with each step. "Come closer. We've been waiting. You shouldn't be here." Her rational mind screamed at her to stop, to turn back before it was too late, but her body ignored the warning. The light was irresistible, and the closer she got, the more it consumed her thoughts. The whispers grew louder, merging into a cacophony of voices, some angry, some pleading, some filled with sorrow. They overlapped, speaking in languages she couldn't understand, but their meaning was clear. There was no escape from the tree once it had chosen you. She stood at the base of the hollow tree now, staring into its glowing heart. The light flickered, as if beckoning her forward. Her hand reached out, fingers trembling, inches from touching the ancient bark when, Suddenly, a cold, bony hand grabbed her wrist from behind. Claire spun around with a gasp, yanking her arm free and dropping her flashlight in the process. It rolled across the ground, the beam casting eerie shadows over the clearing. Standing before her, barely visible in the faint light, was the shadowy figure she had seen the night before. But now, up close, it was worse than she had imagined. The figure wasn't human, not anymore. Its hollow eyes were dark voids, its face twisted in pain and rage, and its skeletal frame was draped in tattered clothing that seemed to be rotting away, much like the figure itself. It reached for her again, its mouth opening in a soundless scream, and Claire stumbled backward, terror clawing at her insides. The whispers grew louder, deafening, and the light inside the tree pulsed violently, as if feeding off her fear. Claire scrambled for the flashlight, her hands shaking, but the figure was on her in an instant, cold, decayed fingers wrapping around her neck. The pressure was overwhelming, choking, and she gasped for air as darkness crept into the corners of her vision. The light from the tree grew brighter, blinding, as if preparing to claim her as its next victim. But then, through the din of whispers and the suffocating grip of the figure, she heard something, a voice, clear and commanding, cutting through the chaos. "Stop!" The pressure around her neck released instantly, and Claire fell to the ground, gasping for air. The shadowy figure recoiled, as if struck by an unseen force, and backed away from her, its hollow eyes fixed on something behind her. Slowly, Claire turned to see what had caused the figure to retreat. Standing at the edge of the clearing was another figure, but this one was different. It was faint, like a ghost, but its features were clear. A young boy, no more than 10 years old, with bright, piercing eyes and a sad, knowing smile. "Jack," Claire whispered, her voice barely audible. The boy nodded, his gaze soft but filled with sorrow. He pointed toward the tree, then back at the shadowy figure. The message was clear. The light wasn't just a trap for the living. It held the souls of those it had taken, twisting them into the very thing that hunted in the darkness. Claire's heart ached as she looked at the boy, realizing what had happened. Jack had been taken by the tree all those years ago, just as Granger had said, but he hadn't disappeared. He had been trapped, like all the others, in the light's terrible grip. The boy gave her one last, lingering look before he faded away, leaving her alone in the clearing with the shadowy figure and the pulsating light. Claire knew what she had to do. Gathering her strength, she grabbed her flashlight and stood up, her eyes fixed on the hollow tree. The light was growing unstable, flickering wildly, as if sensing her defiance. The figure lunged at her again, but this time, Claire was ready. With a shout, she aimed the flashlight directly at the heart of the light, and the clearing erupted in a blinding flash. For a moment, everything went white. Then, silence. When Claire opened her eyes, the figure was gone, and the light inside the tree had vanished. The clearing was bathed in moonlight now, and the hollow tree stood before her, still and silent, its terrible secret finally laid to rest. But Claire knew this wasn't the end. The curse of the hollow tree ran deeper than she had realized, and the forest still held its shadows. With one final glance at the tree, Claire turned and made her way back through the forest, the whispers now gone, but the weight of the truth still heavy on her shoulders. The hollow tree had taken enough souls, but it wasn't finished yet. The walk back to town felt longer than Claire remembered, the moon hanging high in the sky, casting ghostly silver light through the canopy of trees. Her footsteps were the only sound breaking the oppressive silence. Though the forest had returned to a state of stillness, she could feel the presence of the hollow tree behind her, watching, waiting for another chance. But the whispers were gone, the light extinguished for now. Claire's thoughts were a storm of unanswered questions and haunting memories. She had come to the hollow tree looking for a mystery to solve, but what she had found was far worse. The supernatural force inside the tree had stolen the lives of innocents, trapping their souls in its glowing prison. And the boy, Jack Granger, had been one of its victims, lost for decades. By the time she reached the outskirts of the town, the adrenaline had started to wear off. Exhaustion hit her like a wave, her legs shaking, her head pounding. But Claire couldn't stop now. She needed answers, something to explain what had happened and why the hollow tree existed in the first place. The town was quiet when she arrived. Not a soul stirred, and the windows of the old houses were dark, their occupants long asleep. Claire headed straight for Thomas Granger's house, her mind racing. He had known more than he'd let on, but there were still pieces of the story that didn't fit. Why had the light appeared only now, after all these years? Why had it allowed her to escape? Thomas Granger was waiting for her when she arrived, his face gaunt and shadowed in the dim light of his front porch. As soon as she stepped into the yard, he seemed to know. His eyes met hers, and the weight of what she had seen passed between them in silence. "You saw him, didn't you?" he asked softly, his voice thick with emotion. Claire nodded, her throat tight. "Jack. He was there, Thomas. He saved me. I don't know how, but he stopped the light." Granger closed his eyes, his shoulders sagging as if a burden he had carried for decades was finally being lifted. "I always wondered if he was still out there, trapped in that nightmare. I thought maybe one day I'd see him again, but not like this." He paused, his voice breaking. Was he okay?" "He looked peaceful," Claire said, though the truth was more complicated. Jack's ghostly figure had been both sad and resigned, as if he had accepted his fate, but still yearned for freedom. "I think he's been waiting all this time, but I don't know if he's free now. The light, it's gone, but I don't know for how long." Granger swallowed hard, his eyes glistening. "It's never gone for long. The tree, it's been cursed for centuries. People say it goes back to the time of the settlers, maybe even further. No one really knows where the curse came from, but every generation, the tree takes its toll." Claire shifted uneasily. "And what about the others? The ones who disappeared? Are they still there?" Granger's face darkened. "I don't know. Some say the tree holds their souls, twisting them into the shadows that guard it. Others say the tree feeds off their fear, their pain, trapping them in the light forever. But no one's ever made it out alive to tell the whole story." Claire sat down on the porch steps, exhaustion catching up with her. "I can't just leave it like this. There has to be a way to stop it for good." Granger shook his head sadly. "Many have tried, and all have failed. The tree's roots run deep, not just into the ground, but into the very fabric of this town. You can't fight it. The best you can do is stay away and warn others to do the same." But that wasn't enough for Claire. She had faced the hollow tree, stared into the heart of the light, and lived to tell the tale. She couldn't just walk away knowing the curse would continue, that more lives would be lost to the malevolent force lurking in the woods. "There has to be a way to break the curse," she said, more to herself than to Granger. "Something we haven't thought of yet." Granger sighed heavily, his eyes filled with a deep sadness. "If there is, I haven't found it in all these years. The tree, it's older than any of us, older than this town. And whatever power it holds, it's not something we can understand, let alone defeat." Claire stood, determination hardening in her chest. "Maybe not, but I'm not giving up." She turned to leave, but Granger called after her. "Be careful, Claire. The tree isn't done with you yet." The warning lingered in her mind as she made her way back to her rented cabin, the night closing in around her. Sleep was elusive, her dreams filled with the image of Jack's ghostly figure and the pulsing light of the hollow tree. But in the morning, Claire knew what she had to do. She spent hours in the town's dusty archives, combing through old records, newspapers, and journals. The stories of the hollow tree went back further than she had imagined. Accounts of strange lights and disappearances stretching back to the 1700s. But one entry, hidden in the back of an old ledger, caught her attention. It was a journal entry from a settler named Abigail Leary, dated 1794. She wrote about the hollow tree, describing it as a place of sacrifice to appease a vengeful spirit that haunted the forest. The settlers had tried to cut it down, but the tree had healed itself, regrowing its twisted branches overnight. Abigail's final entry spoke of an ancient ritual passed down from the native people of the region that might break the curse, but it had been lost over time. Claire's heart raced as she read the final words. "The light will never die until the last soul is freed." It wasn't just about the tree, it was about the souls trapped inside it, like Jack. If she could find a way to free them, to release the spirits held by the light, maybe the curse would finally be broken. But how? As Claire left the archives, the weight of her discovery pressing down on her, she knew one thing for certain. She couldn't do this alone. The hollow tree was more powerful than she had imagined, and whatever ritual might still exist, she would need help to perform it. And time was running out. The light was gone for now, but it would return. And when it did, it would be more dangerous than ever. Back at the cabin, Claire sat down to record her findings. She looked into the camera, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and determination. If you're watching this, it means I haven't given up. There's something ancient and evil in these woods, and it's taken too many lives already. But I believe there's a way to stop it. A way to break the curse of the hollow tree. I don't know if I'll survive what comes next, but if I don't, someone else will have to finish what I started. She paused, her voice steady but resolute. If you want to follow this journey, subscribe to the channel. Like this video if you believe in uncovering the truth, no matter how terrifying it might be. And remember, some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. With that, she turned off the camera, her mind already racing with plans for what came next. The hollow tree wasn't finished, and neither was she. The wind howled through the empty lot where the old amusement park once thrived, its eerie sound a ghostly echo of laughter and music that had long since faded. Claire stood at the entrance, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The rusting gate creaked ominously as she pushed it open, revealing a world swallowed by time and darkness. Once a vibrant playground of joy, the park now lay in ruin, overtaken by weeds and encroaching vines. Faded signs hung askew, their bright colors muted by years of neglect. The Ferris wheel, once towering and majestic, now loomed like a skeleton against the gray sky, its metal frame creaking with every gust of wind. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something sour, a faint hint of decay that sent shivers down her spine. Claire had come seeking stories, tales of the supernatural that clung to the old park like mist. The local legends spoke of haunting melodies that drifted through the night and shadows that danced in the corners of the forgotten attractions. But there were darker whispers too, of a malevolent presence that had claimed the souls of those who dared to enter the park after dark. As she stepped further inside, the ground crunched beneath her feet, broken glass and debris littering the path. The setting sun cast long shadows, and the dying light seemed to bring the dilapidated rides to life. Each creak and groan an invitation to explore deeper into the heart of the park. Claire pulled out her camera, capturing the eerie beauty around her. "Welcome to the Demon's Playground," she spoke into the lens, her voice steady despite the unease creeping in. "This place holds secrets, and tonight, we'll uncover them." She approached the entrance of the haunted house, its facade resembling a gaping mouth, inviting her to venture inside. The painted sign above the door swung back and forth in the wind, letters peeling away to reveal faded horror-themed images beneath. Claire's pulse quickened. Legends told of visitors who entered, only to emerge changed, haunted by nightmares that lingered long after they had left. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through the threshold, her flashlight piercing the darkness within. The air was thick with dust, and as she walked further in, the walls seemed to close in around her. Shadows flitted at the edges of her vision, and the faint sound of laughter echoed through the corridors, sending chills down her spine. "Hello," she called out, her voice trembling slightly. "Is anyone here?" No response, just the distant creaking of the structure settling around her. She moved cautiously, the floorboards groaning underfoot, and as she passed through a room filled with broken mirrors, she caught glimpses of movement in the reflections, figures darting just out of sight, always just beyond her reach. Her breath quickened, but Claire pressed on, driven by curiosity and the thrill of discovery. As she entered a room filled with dusty carnival games, the air grew colder, a chill creeping down her back. A dartboard hung crookedly on the wall, and as she approached, a dart suddenly fell from its perch, clattering to the ground with a hollow thud. "Okay, that's creepy," she murmured, trying to convince herself that it was just the wind. But deep down, she felt the weight of something watching her, lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a flicker of light caught her attention. In the corner of the room, An old carousel sat motionless, its paint chipped and faded. Yet, as Claire moved closer, she noticed the soft glow emanating from within the hollow shell of the carousel. It pulsed rhythmically, like a heartbeat, drawing her in. Compelled by a force she couldn't explain, Claire reached out to touch it. Just as her fingers brushed the surface, the carousel sprang to life, music spilling forth, a haunting, twisted melody that filled the room. The lights flickered, illuminating grotesque figures on the ride. Clowns with frozen smiles, horses with eyes wide in terror. Claire staggered back, heart racing as the music swelled, echoing through the house. The laughter returned, clearer now, mingling with the melody, and she realized it was the laughter of children, innocent, joyful, and utterly wrong in this dark place. "No, no," she whispered, her breath hitching in her throat. "This isn't real." But as she turned to flee, the door she had entered through slammed shut, sealing her inside. Panic surged as she rattled the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. The music grew louder, the laughter more chaotic, echoing through the haunted house like a siren's call. "Help!" Claire shouted, but the sound was swallowed by the cacophony. Desperate, she looked around for another way out, her mind racing. The carousel continued to spin, its lights flashing like a warning, and in the chaos, she saw something, a figure lurking just beyond the reach of her flashlight. "Who's there?" she called, trying to sound brave, even as dread settled in her stomach. The figure stepped into the light, revealing a child, a girl no older than 8, her hair wild and unkempt, eyes wide with a mix of fear and something else, something dark. Claire felt a jolt of recognition. The girl resembled a missing child from the town's old records. The story said she had vanished in the park, her laughter echoing in the air long after she was gone. "Help me," the girl whispered, her voice barely audible over the music. "They're coming." "Who's coming?" Claire asked, her heart racing. "What do you mean?" But before the girl could answer, the lights flickered again, plunging the room into darkness. The music stopped abruptly, leaving an unsettling silence that pressed in on Claire from all sides. She could feel the air grow thick, a suffocating heaviness that threatened to swallow her whole. Then, in the pitch-black void, she heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, drawing closer. A chill ran down her spine as she instinctively stepped back, her heart hammering in her chest. The girl's form flickered like a candle in the wind, her image becoming more transparent as the footsteps approached. "Run!" the girl shrieked, her voice echoing in panic. "They're coming for you." Claire turned to sprint toward the wall of darkness, searching for any escape, but the footsteps grew louder, closer. She could feel a presence behind her, a dark shadow that filled the room with dread, its energy palpable and suffocating. Desperate, Claire lunged toward a window at the far end of the room, her fingers grasping for the latch. The sound of laughter returned, warped and sinister, filling her ears as she wrestled with the window. It wouldn't budge. She could feel the cold breath of something sinister on her neck, and panic surged anew. Just as she thought all hope was lost, the latch clicked open, and the window swung wide. Without a second thought, Claire climbed through, the rush of fresh air flooding her lungs as she tumbled to the ground outside. Rolling onto the grass, she gasped for breath, heart racing, adrenaline coursing through her veins. She scrambled to her feet, eyes wide as she looked back at the haunted house. The laughter had faded, replaced by an eerie silence, but Claire knew she couldn't linger. She had to get as far away from the park as possible. Stumbling through the overgrown grass, she made her way toward the exit, the image of the girl etched in her mind. Who had she been? What had happened to her? The stories of the old amusement park were just beginning to unravel, but Claire could feel the weight of something sinister lurking just beneath the surface. With each step, Claire vowed she would return. She had faced the darkness tonight, but the real mystery was still waiting for her. The demon's playground had many secrets, and she would uncover them all, one way or another. The morning sun spilled golden light over the remnants of the amusement park, casting long shadows that danced among the ruins. Claire stood at the edge of the park, her heart still racing from her encounter in the haunted house. She had barely escaped the clutches of whatever malevolent force lurked within its walls, but the pull to return was undeniable. The park held mysteries that demanded to be unraveled, and she wasn't about to back down. With her camera in hand, she made her way toward the funhouse, a colorful facade that still managed to retain some of its original charm despite the years of neglect. Its vibrant paint had chipped away, revealing the rotting wood beneath, but the mirrors that lined the entrance gleamed like siren calls, beckoning her closer. "Let's see what secrets you're hiding," Claire murmured to herself as she stepped through the entrance, the creaky door protesting against her weight. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of mildew and decay. The dim light, filtering through the cracks in the walls, created distorted reflections in the mirrors, twisting her image into grotesque shapes. Laughter echoed in her mind, a faint memory that sent chills down her spine. It felt as if the very walls were alive, whispering secrets of the past. As Claire moved deeper into the funhouse, the laughter grew louder, swirling around her like a whirlwind. She flicked on her flashlight, illuminating the path ahead. The mirrors formed a maze, each corner revealing a new nightmare. Faces distorted and warped, their expressions ranging from joy to terror, and Claire couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching her. "Just reflections," she reassured herself, her voice echoing in the empty space. "Just reflections." But as she turned a corner, her breath caught in her throat. A figure stood at the end of the hall, cloaked in shadow. It was a tall man, his face obscured, but she could see the outline of a twisted smile forming on his lips. Panic surged within her, and she instinctively backed away, heart pounding like a drum. "Who are you?" she called, trying to sound confident, but her voice wavered. The figure didn't respond. Instead, he stepped closer, and with each movement, the laughter around her intensified, reverberating through the funhouse. It felt as if the very walls were alive, feeding off her fear, growing stronger with her trepidation. "Leave while you still can." The figure finally spoke, his voice low and gravelly, sending shivers down her spine. "This place is not what it seems." Before she could react, the lights flickered, plunging the room into darkness. Claire's heart raced as she turned to run, the laughter morphing into something sinister, a cacophony of torment that clawed at her sanity. She dashed through the maze of mirrors, desperate to escape the terror closing in around her. Each turn led her deeper into the nightmare, the reflections warping her surroundings, making her feel disoriented and lost. She stumbled upon a room filled with spinning mirrors, each one showing her a distorted image, a reflection of fear and confusion. The laughter grew louder, echoing in her ears like a siren's song, drawing her in. Suddenly, she collided with something solid, a wall of mirrors that shattered upon impact, sending shards flying in every direction. Claire gasped, instinctively raising her arms to shield her face from the flying glass. Pain shot through her arm as a shard cut deep, but adrenaline masked the injury. She couldn't stop now. She had to escape. As she stumbled through the broken glass, the laughter turned into screams, echoes of the lost souls trapped within the funhouse. Claire pressed on, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her heart racing faster than ever. She could feel the darkness pursuing her, the presence of the man looming just out of reach. Finally, she spotted a flickering light ahead, a possible exit. With renewed determination, she bolted toward it, ignoring the pain in her arm. As she neared the light, the laughter faded, replaced by an unsettling silence that enveloped her like a shroud. Just as she reached the door, it swung open, revealing the figure from before. His twisted smile sent a chill down her spine. "You're not meant to leave," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "Not yet." Claire skidded to a halt, her instincts screaming at her to run. "I don't belong here," she shouted, desperation flooding her voice. "I came to uncover the truth." The man's laughter echoed through the hall, resonating with a deep, dark energy. "The truth? This place is a truth of its own, a playground for the lost. You seek answers, but all you'll find is despair." Before she could react, he lunged at her, but Claire twisted to the side, narrowly dodging his grasp. She burst through the door, feeling the cool breeze of the outside world wash over her, as she sprinted into the open air. The moment she crossed the threshold, the laughter and screams faded behind her, replaced by the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves. Claire collapsed on the grass, her breath coming in heaving gasps. She clutched her arm, blood seeping from the cut, but the pain was a small price to pay for her escape. The funhouse loomed behind her, silent and foreboding, and she knew she had barely scratched the surface of its secrets. With shaking hands, she pulled out her camera and recorded her thoughts, her heart still racing. I made it out, but the funhouse is alive with something sinister. I met a figure, a man with a twisted smile, and he warned me not to seek the truth. But I can't turn back now. This park holds dark secrets, and I won't rest until I uncover them. As she finished recording, Claire felt a sense of urgency wash over her. She needed to rally her strength and figure out her next move. The park was a labyrinth of horrors, each attraction concealing a piece of the puzzle. She had escaped this time, but the darkness was still out there, waiting for her return. Determined, she set her sights on the next attraction, the old roller coaster, its rusting tracks stretching skyward like skeletal fingers clawing at the sky. The legend spoke of it being cursed, of riders who never returned, and Claire felt an inexplicable pull toward it. Whatever it takes, she whispered to herself, I will uncover the truth. With a new sense of purpose, she began her journey toward the roller coaster, ready to face whatever horrors awaited her. The amusement park was alive, and she was determined to unveil its darkest secrets, one chilling chapter at a time. Claire approached the old roller coaster, its twisted metal structure looming like a giant beast ready to pounce. The once bright colors had faded into a dull rust, and weeds crawled up the supports, as if nature were attempting to reclaim the forgotten thrill of the ride. The creaking of the tracks echoed in the stillness, an unsettling sound that hinted at long-buried secrets waiting to resurface. As she neared the entrance, Claire couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and she glanced around, half expecting to see the shadowy figure from the funhouse lurking in the underbrush. But there was nothing, only the wind whispering through the trees and the distant call of a crow. Taking a deep breath, Claire pushed through the broken gate, stepping onto the path that led to the coaster's loading station. The wooden platform was splintered and decayed, but she forced herself to focus, camera in hand, ready to document whatever she discovered. Here we go, she murmured, trying to muster some courage. Let's find out what makes this place so cursed. As she climbed the steps to the loading area, Claire noticed remnants of the past scattered about, tattered tickets, abandoned hats, and even a faded stuffed animal, its button eyes missing. Each item felt like a ghostly reminder of the joy that had once filled the park. Now, it served as a stark contrast to the haunting atmosphere that surrounded her. She stepped into the empty car, its once vibrant paint chipped and peeling. Sitting there, she felt an eerie sense of calm wash over her, a brief respite from the chaos of the previous attractions. But as she glanced around, that calm was shattered by a sudden chill that coursed through her, raising goosebumps on her skin. Get it together, she whispered to herself, forcing her mind to focus. She began recording, her voice steady despite the unsettling environment. This is the infamous roller coaster known as the Phantom Ride. Legend has it that riders often report seeing strange apparitions and hearing voices as they ascend the first hill. Some say they can still feel the thrill of the ride even after it has been shut down for years. As she spoke, a low rumble echoed from the depths of the coaster, as if responding to her words. Claire's heart raced, but she continued, driven by an insatiable curiosity. Many have disappeared while riding, never to be seen again. It's said that the spirits of those lost haunt these tracks, seeking revenge on the living. With a nervous laugh, she shifted her weight, the car creaking under her. But I'm not afraid of ghosts. I came here for the truth. Just then, the ground trembled beneath her, and the car lurched forward slightly, sending a jolt of fear through her. The sudden movement took her by surprise, and she quickly scanned the area for any signs of life. Was someone else here? Or was it just her imagination playing tricks? Gathering her resolve, Claire decided to climb out of the car. I'll explore the tracks, she said, determination lacing her voice. I need to see if there's any truth to these stories. She carefully stepped down onto the rickety track, her heart pounding as she ventured further into the heart of the coaster. The metal supports loomed overhead, casting long shadows that danced in the sunlight. The view from up here was breathtaking, the park stretching out in all directions, but the beauty was overshadowed by the heavy sense of dread that clung to the air. As she made her way along the tracks, she felt a sensation of being watched again, more intense this time. Turning abruptly, she thought she saw a flicker of movement at the edge of her vision. "Hello," she called out, her voice echoing into the emptiness. Silence answered her, and Claire felt a shiver run down her spine. She pressed on, determined to uncover whatever was hidden here. The tracks twisted and turned, leading her toward the steep drop that had once elicited screams of delight from riders. Now it felt like a descent into madness. Suddenly, the air grew colder, and Claire noticed the shadows deepening around her. The sunlight seemed to be swallowed by an unseen force, leaving her in a dim twilight. A low whisper brushed against her ear, sending chills racing through her. It was indecipherable at first, but as she concentrated, she began to make out words, names, pleas for help, cries for mercy. "Get out before it's too late." She stumbled backward, panic gripping her heart. "Who's there?" Claire shouted, her voice trembling. "Show yourself." The whispers faded, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed in on her from all sides. Claire's breath quickened as she scanned the area, heart pounding in her chest. "This isn't happening," she muttered, trying to steady herself. "It's just the wind." But deep down, she knew it wasn't the wind. The air crackled with energy, and the shadows seemed to pulse, swirling around her like a storm ready to unleash its fury. Her instinct screamed for her to turn back, but her curiosity was a relentless tide, pulling her deeper into the unknown. As she reached the peak of the coaster, Claire could see the world stretched out before her, the vast expanse of the park, now shrouded in an unsettling stillness. But what caught her attention was the old control booth, perched at the highest point of the ride, its windows shattered and doors ajar. Maybe there's something in there, she thought, her curiosity reignited. Carefully, she made her way down from the tracks and approached the booth, every step laden with trepidation. The wind whispered around her, carrying fragments of laughter and cries, an unsettling mix that sent shivers down her spine. The door creaked open as she pushed it, revealing a room coated in dust and cobwebs. Old control panels lay abandoned, buttons faded and useless. The faint scent of rust and something more acrid filled the air. As she stepped inside, she could almost feel the weight of the past pressing down on her, an echo of the thrill that once enveloped the ride. As she examined the control panel, her fingers brushed against a cold, metallic object, a key, glinting dully in the dim light. "What's this?" Claire murmured, curiosity piquing. Could this be the key to understanding the ride's secrets? She tucked it into her pocket, feeling a strange sense of hope amidst the dread. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the booth, making her jump. Claire turned to see the door slamming shut behind her, trapping her inside. Panic surged as she rushed toward the door, but it wouldn't budge. "Let me out," she cried, pounding on the wood. The laughter returned, swirling around her like a tempest, filling the small space with echoes of joy and terror. "You shouldn't have come here," a voice whispered from the shadows. "You have awakened us. What do you want?" Claire shouted, her voice trembling. "I just want to know the truth." The shadows shifted, forming into a figure, vague and indistinct, yet undeniably menacing. The voice came again, layered with anguish and despair. "You seek answers, but the truth is a heavy burden. Those who uncover it do not leave this place unscathed." Claire's heart raced as the figure loomed closer. "I won't let you trap me here. I refuse to be another victim." With a surge of adrenaline, she charged at the door, throwing her weight against it. The moment she did, a rush of energy surged through her, as if the very essence of the ride was pushing back. But Claire didn't relent. She pounded against the door with all her might. Finally, with one last desperate shove, the door flew open, and Claire stumbled out into the sunlight, gasping for breath. The laughter faded behind her, leaving only the rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. She had escaped, but she knew the battle wasn't over. Shaken, but resolute, Claire took a moment to gather herself. The key in her pocket felt heavier now, a reminder of the darkness that lurked within the park. She could feel the pull of the unknown, the threads of fate weaving around her, urging her to continue her quest for truth. "Whatever it takes," she whispered, determination surging through her. "I'll uncover the darkness hidden in this place. I won't let it claim me." With renewed purpose, Claire headed toward the next attraction, ready to face the shadows and reveal the dark secrets that awaited her in the heart of the amusement park. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but she would not be deterred. The Demon's Playground had many stories left to tell, and Claire was determined to uncover every chilling chapter. Claire emerged from the shadows of the roller coaster, her heart still racing from the encounter in the control booth. The amusement park stretched before her like a scene from a forgotten nightmare, each ride a potential doorway to another dark secret. Her next destination loomed ahead, the carousel, a once beautiful attraction now covered in layers of dust and decay. As she approached, the music began to play, a haunting melody that felt both nostalgic and sinister, echoing through the empty park. The carousel's horses stood frozen in time, their eyes hollow and lifeless. Yet Claire felt a strange energy radiating from the ride. Each horse was intricately carved, their manes flowing as if caught in an eternal wind. But the beauty was marred by the wear of years. "Why does it feel like it's watching me?" she wondered aloud, her voice barely breaking the eerie silence. She stepped closer, her camera rolling as she documented her findings. This carousel, once a place of joy, has become a vessel for something darker. As she reached the entrance, the music intensified, enveloping her like a shroud. Claire hesitated, the unease settling deep within her bones. But the pull of curiosity was too strong. She stepped onto the platform, the wooden boards creaking beneath her weight. The air was thick, charged with a palpable energy that sent a shiver down her spine. The carousel began to spin slowly, catching her off guard. "What the?" Claire gasped, stumbling slightly as the horses moved in unison. The music swelled, an otherworldly symphony that reverberated in her chest. It felt like the carousel was alive, beckoning her deeper into its embrace. She carefully climbed onto one of the horses, gripping the pole tightly as the ride picked up speed. The world blurred around her, and she could feel the wind whipping through her hair. The excitement mingled with fear, creating a heady mix that left her breathless. But as she looked around, the whimsical atmosphere shifted. Dark shadows began to dance around the edges of her vision, whispering secrets she couldn't quite grasp. "Stop the ride," Claire shouted, but her voice was lost in the cacophony of music and laughter that filled the air. The carousel spun faster, the shadows closing in, morphing into grotesque figures that seemed to reach for her. Panic gripped her as she realized she was trapped, spiraling into a vortex of dark energy. Suddenly, the music stopped, and the carousel lurched to a halt, throwing Claire forward. She tumbled off the horse, landing hard on the wooden floor. Dazed, she looked up to see the shadows coalescing into a form, a tall figure draped in tattered clothing, its face obscured by darkness. "Welcome, dear traveler," it intoned, its voice a chilling whisper that echoed through the empty park. "You've come seeking answers, but you've awakened the spirits of the carousel. They demand a sacrifice." Claire scrambled back, heart pounding. "What do you mean? I just want to know what happened here." The figure stepped closer, the shadows swirling around it like a living cloak. This carousel was once a source of joy, but it was cursed by betrayal. The souls of the lost riders are trapped within these wooden horses, longing for freedom. They will not release you until they are avenged. "What kind of vengeance?" Claire asked, breathless. "How can I help?" "The one who betrayed them must be brought to justice," the figure replied, its voice a haunting melody that resonated in her mind. "Only then will the carousel be free of its curse, and you will escape unscathed." With a mix of fear and determination, Claire stood up, her resolve hardening. "Tell me what I need to do. I won't leave until I uncover the truth." The figure's form shifted, revealing a glimpse of the carousel's past. a flash of laughter, children riding the horses, and the dark figure of a man, a sinister presence lurking in the background. "He is the key," it whispered. "Find the man who caused this pain. Only then will the carousel's spirits find peace." The shadows began to swirl around Claire, enveloping her in a cold embrace. She felt the weight of the spirits pressing against her, their grief and anger merging with her own. "I won't let you down," she vowed, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. "I will uncover the truth and set you free." The figure nodded slowly, its form fading back into the shadows. "Time is of the essence, traveler. The longer you stay, the more you risk becoming one of us." With a jolt, Claire realized she needed to act quickly. She stumbled out of the carousel, feeling the eyes of the spirits upon her, urging her to find the truth. The music faded behind her, leaving a haunting silence that echoed in her mind. Outside, she caught her breath and gathered her thoughts. The carousel had revealed a piece of the puzzle, but she needed to find the man responsible for the curse. She recalled the tales of the park, whispers of a sinister figure who had once owned the amusement park, a man rumored to have made dark deals for success. "Who are you?" Claire murmured, piecing together the fragments of the past. "What have you done?" Determined to uncover the identity of this man, Claire made her way to the park's entrance, where an old information booth stood crumbling under the weight of time. It might hold clues, old records, photographs, anything that could lead her to the truth. Pushing through the door, Claire scanned the dusty interior. Papers lay scattered about, forgotten remnants of a time long gone. As she rummaged through the debris, she stumbled upon an old newspaper clipping. The headline read, "Mysterious disappearances at Greenfield Amusement Park. Owner's dark secrets revealed." Her heart raced as she read on. The article detailed a string of disappearances linked to the park, focusing on its enigmatic owner, Harold Greaves. Whispers of betrayal, dark rituals, and a lust for power filled the pages, painting a portrait of a man consumed by greed. It seemed Greaves had made a deal with forces beyond comprehension to ensure the park's success, a decision that ultimately led to his downfall. "This is it," Claire whispered, excitement mingling with dread. "Harold Greaves is the key." The clipping mentioned a hidden section of the park, a place where Greaves supposedly conducted his dark dealings. It described a secret entrance near the old Ferris wheel, a shadowy realm where the boundary between the living and the dead blurred. Without hesitation, Claire gathered her courage and headed toward the Ferris wheel, its towering structure silhouetted against the fading sky. As she approached, the atmosphere shifted. An unsettling energy filled the air, and she could sense the spirits watching her every move. Reaching the base of the Ferris wheel, Claire looked for the entrance described in the article. The surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, but she spotted an old maintenance door, half hidden behind vines. Her heart raced as she pushed it open, stepping into the darkness beyond. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the remnants of something long forgotten. Flickering lights illuminated the narrow corridor, revealing remnants of the past, tools, abandoned tickets, and faded photographs of the park in its prime. Claire's breath caught in her throat as she spotted a large wooden chest at the end of the corridor, its surface intricately carved with symbols she didn't recognize. "This must be it," she thought, her pulse quickening. She approached the chest, the air around her crackling with energy. With trembling hands, she opened the chest, revealing a collection of strange artifacts, old dolls, ritualistic items, and a leather-bound journal that looked to be in Greaves' handwriting. As she flipped through its pages, a chill washed over her. The journal detailed his descent into darkness, the sacrifices made for power, the souls lost in the process. It was filled with madness and regret, each entry more desperate than the last. Claire's heart sank as she realized the extent of his betrayal, the lives destroyed by his greed. But one entry caught her attention, a ritual to bind the spirits to the park, ensuring their suffering would fuel his success. "I can break this curse," she whispered, determination flooding her. "I can set them free." Suddenly, the ground shook, and the shadows around her swirled violently. Claire felt a presence building, the spirits rising in response to her discovery. She had unearthed the truth, but it came with a price. "You must confront the darkness, traveler," the voices urged, a chorus of anguish and hope. With newfound resolve, Claire gathered the artifacts and made her way back to the carousel. She would perform the ritual, confront the spirits of the past, and end the cycle of suffering once and for all. The carousel awaited her, a battleground where she would fight for redemption. As she stepped outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced in the twilight. The park was alive, a cacophony of whispers and laughter that beckoned her forward. Claire knew the final confrontation was near, and she was ready to face whatever horrors lay ahead. "Let's end this," she whispered, clutching the artifacts tightly as she marched toward the carousel. The spirits would find peace, and she would not rest until the darkness was vanquished. The demon's playground was about to witness its reckoning, and Claire would be the one to uncover its final secret. As Claire approached the carousel once more, the atmosphere shifted. The air crackled with tension, a foreboding energy that heightened her senses. She could feel the spirits drawing near, their presence both unsettling and powerful. The carousel stood silent, its once cheerful music replaced by an eerie stillness that echoed the sorrow of the trapped souls. She set the artifacts she had collected on the ground before the carousel, her heart racing as she prepared for the ritual. The leather-bound journal lay open beside her, its pages filled with Greaves' frantic scrawl. She had studied the entries, piecing together the steps needed to confront the darkness that had taken hold of this place. Taking a deep breath, Claire began to recite the words from the journal, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her. "Spirits of the carousel, I call upon you. Hear my plea for redemption and release. I stand before you, seeking to break the chains of betrayal that bind you to this cursed ground." As she spoke, the shadows began to writhe, swirling around her like a tempest. The ground trembled beneath her feet, and the air grew colder. A chorus of whispers filled the space, a mixture of anguish and anticipation. Claire pressed on, her determination unyielding. "Harold Greaves, the one who betrayed you, I summon you forth. Face your past, and take responsibility for the pain you have caused." The shadows coalesced, forming the dark figure of Greaves, his features obscured by darkness, but his presence undeniable. "You dare summon me, girl," he spat, his voice a low growl that resonated in the stillness. "You cannot comprehend the power I wield." Claire stood her ground, her heart pounding. "You may have wielded power, but it came at a cost. The lives you destroyed, the souls you trapped. This ends now." The figure laughed, a chilling sound that echoed around her. "You think you can free them? They are bound to me. I control their fate." "No," Claire replied, her voice fierce. "They are not yours to control any longer. I will break your hold over them." With renewed resolve, she continued the incantation, her voice rising above the chaos. "I call upon the spirits of the carousel. I ask for your strength and your forgiveness. Release your pain and rise from the shadows." The air around her crackled with energy as the spirits responded to her call. The carousel began to spin slowly, the horses moving as if animated by unseen hands. The music swelled, a haunting melody that resonated through the park. Claire could feel the weight of the spirits surrounding her, their energy merging with her own. Greaves' form flickered, his expression shifting from arrogance to anger. "You cannot defeat me. I will not be undone by a mere mortal." As Claire pressed on with the incantation, she felt the power building within her. The artifacts began to glow, illuminating the area with a soft, ethereal light. "You are nothing but a coward, hiding behind your darkness," she shouted, challenging his presence. "The truth will always prevail." With a final surge of energy, Claire shouted the last words of the incantation, her voice echoing across the park. "By the power of the spirits and the truth of the past, I command you to break the chains that bind you. Harold Greaves, face your reckoning." The shadows erupted in a blinding flash of light, the carousel spinning faster and faster until it became a blur of colors and sound. Claire shielded her eyes as the figure of Greaves screamed, his form dissolving into the chaos. The spirits surged forward, their collective energy enveloping him, pulling him into the vortex of light. As the carousel reached its peak speed, a wave of power surged through the air. Claire felt the energy wrapping around her, lifting her off the ground, and she surrendered to it. She could see the spirits, their faces emerging from the shadows, finally free from the torment of their past. They swirled around her, their expressions shifting from anguish to relief. "Thank you," they whispered, their voices harmonizing in a beautiful symphony. "You have set us free." With one final, deafening roar, the carousel exploded in a brilliant light, sending tendrils of energy cascading across the park. Claire felt herself being pulled back, landing softly on the ground as the world around her shifted. When the light faded, Claire looked around in awe. The park was transformed, the colors vibrant, the air filled with laughter and joy. The dark shadows that once clung to the attractions had lifted, replaced by an overwhelming sense of peace. The spirits had found their release, and the park had returned to its former glory. As she stood up, Claire realized the significance of what she had accomplished. She had not only faced the darkness, but had also brought light back to the park. The souls of the lost riders were free, their stories finally at peace. "Thank you," she whispered, her heart swelling with gratitude. "You can rest now." With one last look at the carousel, now restored to its beautiful state, Claire turned to leave. She had come seeking the truth, and in doing so, had become a part of the park's legacy. It would continue to thrive, its secrets now intertwined with her own. As she walked away, the laughter of children echoed in her ears, and the vibrant colors of the park wrapped around her like a warm embrace. The Demon's Playground had become a place of healing, a testament to the power of courage and the enduring strength of the human spirit. Claire knew she would carry this experience with her always, a reminder that even in the darkest of places, light could be found. She had faced her fears, uncovered the truth, and emerged victorious. The world was vast and filled with mysteries, but for now, she was content. And as the sun set behind the amusement park, casting a golden glow over the rides, Claire felt a sense of fulfillment wash over her. The park would thrive again, a place of joy rather than sorrow, and she would be forever grateful for the journey that had led her to this moment. "Let's see where the next adventure takes me," she thought, a smile spreading across her face as she stepped into the twilight, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. In the small, forgotten town of Eldridge Hollow, whispers of an ancient house had lingered for generations. It stood on the outskirts, shrouded in legends and an eerie silence that kept the townsfolk at bay. Known as the House of Eternal Nightmares, it was said to be cursed, a place where time lost meaning and reality twisted into a grotesque parody of itself. The stories warned of unspeakable horrors lurking within, drawing the curious and the foolhardy alike. Amelia had always been drawn to the unknown, a seeker of truths hidden beneath layers of myth. So, when an envelope arrived at her doorstep, yellowed with age and sealed with dark wax, she felt a thrill of excitement. The invitation read, "You are cordially invited to witness the secrets of the House of Eternal Nightmares. Join us for an experience beyond your wildest imagination." Her heart raced. The invitation felt like a challenge, a call to adventure that she couldn't ignore. She had heard the tales of those who had entered the house, stories of them never returning, or returning forever changed. But Amelia was determined. She had a journal full of stories about the paranormal, a thirst for knowledge, and an unshakable belief that she could confront whatever lay within those walls. That night, she packed her bag with essentials, a flashlight, a camera, her journal, and a few snacks. The chill in the air hinted at something sinister, yet her curiosity overshadowed her apprehension. As she made her way through the winding streets of Eldridge Hollow, the moon hung low, casting an ethereal glow on her path. Arriving at the house, she stood before the wrought iron gate, which creaked open as if inviting her in. The building loomed ahead, its dark silhouette outlined against the moonlight. It was a sprawling structure, its windows like hollow eyes staring into the night. Vines crawled up the sides, and the roof sagged under the weight of time, as if the house itself was weary from holding onto its secrets. Taking a deep breath, Amelia stepped inside. The air was thick with dust and the scent of decay. The wooden floorboards groaned beneath her feet, and the walls seemed to whisper forgotten tales. She flicked on her flashlight, the beams slicing through the darkness, illuminating the faded wallpaper adorned with patterns that twisted and turned like serpents. As she explored the entrance hall, a sense of unease crept in. Shadows danced at the corners of her vision, and a chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down her spine. Yet, she pressed on, drawn deeper into the house. In the center of the room stood a grand staircase, its banister intricately carved but worn and chipped. Something compelled her to climb. Each step felt heavier, as if the house were trying to hold her back. At the top, she found a long corridor lined with doors, each one seemingly waiting for her to unlock its mysteries. Amelia hesitated, her fingers hovering over the first doorknob. The stories had warned her. The house feeds on fear. What would she find behind these doors? Would they be filled with nightmares? Or would they reveal the truth she sought? With a shaky breath, she turned the knob and stepped inside. The room was a child's bedroom, but not like any she had ever seen. The walls were painted in vibrant colors, yet they seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Toys littered the floor, but they were not ordinary toys. They were twisted, warped versions of familiar characters, their eyes glimmering with an unsettling intelligence. In the corner stood a dollhouse, its tiny windows flickering with light. Drawn to it, Amelia knelt beside the dollhouse, peering through the glass. Inside, she could see miniature figures moving about, their movements eerily synchronized. She blinked, and for a moment, the figures resembled her. Each one a distorted reflection of herself, each one smiling, but with an emptiness in their eyes. Suddenly, the air grew heavy, and a voice echoed around her, soft and seductive. "Welcome, Amelia. You've come to play, haven't you?" Startled, she whipped around to find no one there. The room felt alive, the walls pulsating with energy. "Who are you?" she demanded, trying to sound brave despite the tremor in her voice. "Your guide through the endless corridors of fear. This house feeds on your nightmares, and tonight, you shall witness them all," the voice replied, drifting in and out like a whisper on the wind. "I'm not afraid," Amelia lied, forcing her hands to steady as she clenched her journal. "I want to uncover the truth about this place." A low, melodic laughter filled the room, sending chills down her spine. "Truth? In this house? You will find that the truth is often more terrifying than any nightmare." The shadows began to stretch, wrapping around her like fingers, tugging her toward the door. She stumbled backward, desperate to resist the pull, but the house seemed to breathe around her, urging her to embrace the darkness. "Let's see what fears lurk within your heart, Amelia," the voice taunted. "Choose wisely. The next door will reveal what you hide." Amelia felt the weight of the house pressing down on her, and in that moment, she understood. This was not just a journey of discovery, it was a test of her very essence. The house sought to expose her deepest fears, to trap her in a cycle of terror. With newfound determination, she took a step toward the door at the end of the corridor, her resolve hardening. "I'm ready," she declared, her voice echoing in the silence. "Show me what you have." She pushed open the door, and the darkness swallowed her whole. Stepping through the doorway, Amelia was immediately engulfed in darkness. The air felt thick and oppressive, wrapping around her like a heavy blanket. She could barely make out her surroundings, but a flicker of light caught her attention. It danced at the far end of the room, a faint glow that beckoned her closer. As she moved forward, her heart raced, a mixture of curiosity and dread flooding her senses. The walls were damp and cold, adorned with peeling wallpaper that seemed to whisper secrets of despair. Each step echoed softly, a reminder that she was utterly alone in this vast, suffocating space. Finally reaching the source of the light, Amelia found herself in a small study. A solitary candle flickered on a desk cluttered with papers and dusty books. The dim glow revealed the title of one book, The Chronicles of Eldritch Hollow. Her fingers trembled as she reached for it, intrigued by the promise of knowledge hidden within its pages. Flipping through the book, she was met with a history of the town, its residents, and the ominous legends surrounding the house. The further she read, the more her stomach churned. Tales of betrayal, loss, and madness filled the pages. Each account seemed to pull her deeper into the darkness of the house, feeding off her growing unease. But one story, in particular, caught her eye. It was about a woman named Lydia, a former resident of the house. Lydia had vanished under mysterious circumstances, leaving behind only whispers of her fate. The legend claimed that her spirit roamed the halls, trapped in an endless cycle of grief and despair. Lydia, Amelia whispered, feeling an inexplicable connection to the name. What happened to you? The candle flickered violently, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Suddenly, the air thickened with the scent of roses, a fragrance both beautiful and suffocating. A figure emerged from the shadows, her outline shimmering in the dim light. Amelia gasped as the figure took shape, revealing a woman in a flowing white dress, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Who are you?" Amelia stammered, stepping back instinctively. "I am Lydia," the figure replied, her voice a haunting melody. "I was once like you, curious, brave, but this house holds dark secrets, and I am its prisoner. What do you want from me?" Amelia asked, her pulse quickening. "To set me free," Lydia whispered, a hint of desperation creeping into her tone. "But the path to freedom is fraught with terror. You must confront the nightmares that haunt this place." Amelia's mind raced. Was she truly prepared to face the horrors that awaited her? She had come seeking answers, yet the stakes were rising with each passing moment. "How can I help you?" she asked, steeling herself. "You must enter the depths of the house, where my pain resides. Only then can you understand the darkness that binds us both," Lydia replied, her eyes pleading. "But be warned, the house will twist your fears into reality. You will confront not just mine, but your own." Amelia hesitated, her heart pounding. "I can't just leave you here. Leave the past behind, and I will guide you," Lydia urged, her form flickering as if caught between worlds. "Embrace the fear, and you may yet find a way to break the cycle." Amelia took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. She had come too far to turn back now. "I will help you, Lydia. I will face whatever I must to free you." "Then follow me," Lydia said, her voice resonating with a sense of urgency. The candle's flame flickered and grew, illuminating the path ahead. With a determined nod, Amelia followed the specter deeper into the shadows of the house. As they traversed the winding hallways, Lydia led Amelia to a door at the end of the corridor. Its surface was warped and splintered, but a faint light seeped through the cracks, hinting at the horrors waiting within. "This is where your journey begins," Lydia said, her voice trembling. "Are you ready?" Amelia asked, her pulse racing in anticipation of what lay ahead. "Ready or not, there is no turning back," Lydia replied, her expression somber yet resolute. With that, Amelia grasped the doorknob and pushed the door open. The light spilled into the hallway, casting long shadows that danced around her. Inside, the room was vast, a cavernous space filled with mirrors of all sizes and shapes, reflecting endless versions of herself. "Welcome to the Hall of Reflection," Lydia said, her voice echoing eerily. "Here, your deepest fears will be laid bare." Amelia stepped inside, the door closing ominously behind her. The mirrors began to shimmer, revealing distorted images, each one a fragment of her past. She saw herself as a child, lost in the woods, as a teenager, standing alone in the schoolyard, and as a young woman, struggling to find her place in a world that felt so vast and unwelcoming. "No," she whispered, overwhelmed by the memories. "This isn't real. Face them, Amelia," Lydia urged. "This is your chance to reclaim your power. Confront your fears, and only then can we escape this nightmare." Amelia took a deep breath, her heart racing as she faced her own reflections. "You're not me," she shouted, her voice steadying. "I am not defined by my fears." The mirrors rippled as if reacting to her words. The images twisted and contorted, morphing into shadows that lunged toward her. Amelia's instincts kicked in, and she dodged to the side, her pulse pounding in her ears. "Remember, you control this," Lydia's voice echoed. Do not let the house consume you. Fueled by determination, Amelia steadied herself, her gaze fixed on the swirling shadows. I am stronger than my fears, she declared. With each proclamation, the shadows shrank, flickering like dying embers. The mirrors began to crack, splintering under the pressure of her resolve. She pushed forward, shattering the illusions that had haunted her for so long. Each reflection that broke revealed a new path, a way to confront the darkness both in the house and within herself. As the last mirror shattered, the room erupted in blinding light, and the shadows dissolved into nothingness. Amelia stood in the center of the room, breathless but victorious. Lydia's figure appeared beside her, radiating a warm glow. You did it, Lydia exclaimed, her eyes shining with gratitude. You've taken the first step toward freedom, but it's not over, is it? Amelia asked, feeling the weight of the house still pressing down. Not yet, Lydia replied, a hint of sadness in her voice. But you have shown that you can confront your fears. There are more challenges ahead, but together, we will face them. With renewed strength, Amelia nodded, ready to continue the journey into the depths of the House of Eternal Nightmares. She could feel the energy of the house shifting, the air electric with possibilities. The nightmares were far from over, but now, she was no longer just a visitor. She was a warrior, determined to uncover the truth and set both herself and Lydia free. With newfound determination coursing through her veins, Amelia followed Lydia deeper into the House of Eternal Nightmares. They navigated through twisting hallways adorned with fading portraits that seemed to watch their every move. The atmosphere grew heavier, saturated with sorrow and despair that clung to the walls like a second skin. Where are we going? Amelia asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would awaken the house's darker elements. To the heart of the house, Lydia replied, her expression somber. It is where the true essence of its power resides. Only by confronting the source can we hope to break the curse. Amelia felt a chill creep down her spine. The heart of the house sounded ominous, yet she knew that facing whatever lay ahead was her only path to freedom. With each step, the darkness closed in, amplifying the whispers that seemed to echo her deepest fears. As they descended a narrow staircase, the temperature dropped significantly, and a sense of foreboding settled over them. The air thickened, making it difficult to breathe, as if the house were aware of their intentions and was trying to dissuade them. They reached a heavy door at the bottom of the stairs, its surface etched with strange symbols that pulsed with a dull, red glow. This is it, Lydia said, her voice steady but laced with an underlying tension. Beyond this door lies the heart of the house. Are you ready? Amelia nodded, her heart racing. I have to be. With a deep breath, Lydia pushed open the door, revealing a vast chamber that took her breath away. The walls were lined with dark, swirling energy, and at the center of the room stood a massive, pulsating heart, throbbing with a life of its own. It was encased in shadow, its rhythm resonating through the air like a drumbeat of despair. The sight was both mesmerizing and terrifying. What is it? Amelia asked, stepping closer, her instincts urging her to flee, yet her curiosity anchored her in place. It is the source of the nightmares, Lydia explained, her expression grave. The heart feeds on the fears and sorrows of those who enter this house. It amplifies their pain, trapping them in a never-ending cycle of torment. Amelia felt a wave of dread wash over her as she gazed at the heart, its rhythmic pulsing echoing her own heartbeat. We have to destroy it, she said, her voice firm. Yes, Lydia replied, but there was a hint of uncertainty in her tone. But doing so requires you to confront the embodiment of your greatest fear. What do you mean? Amelia asked, her brows furrowing. The heart will summon forth the darkest moments of your life, the things you wish to forget, Lydia explained. You must confront them, accept them, and then release them. Only then can we weaken the heart's power. Amelia felt a knot tighten in her stomach. The thought of facing her deepest fears was paralyzing, but she steeled herself. I'm ready. As if sensing her determination, the heart began to throb more violently, and shadows erupted from its core, swirling around Amelia like a tempest. Faces emerged from the darkness, figures she recognized but wished to forget. Her childhood self appeared first, a girl lost in the woods, tears streaming down her face. "You left me behind," the young Amelia cried, her voice echoing in the chamber. "No," Amelia shouted, stepping back. "I'm here now. I'm not that girl anymore." But the shadow of her younger self pressed closer, a tangible embodiment of her guilt and regret. "You always run away. You never face the truth." Amelia felt the weight of her past pressing down on her, suffocating her resolve. "I didn't know how to face it," she protested, feeling tears prick at her eyes. The shadows morphed again, and the figure of her teenage self emerged, standing in a school hallway, surrounded by laughter and light. But the laughter faded as the figure turned, revealing a haunted expression. "You let them all in, but you never let anyone close," the teenage Amelia accused. "You shut them out." Amelia clenched her fists, her heart pounding in her chest. "I was afraid of getting hurt, afraid of being vulnerable." The shadows shifted, morphing into the image of a friend she had lost in a tragic accident. "You were supposed to protect me," the friend whispered, their voice heavy with accusation. "You could have saved me." "No, I couldn't," Amelia shouted, her voice trembling with emotion. "I tried. I did everything I could." The heart pulsed violently, amplifying her emotions. The shadows pressed in, suffocating her, wrapping around her like chains. Amelia felt her breath quicken, panic rising within her. "I can't breathe." "Face it, Amelia." Lydia's voice pierced through the chaos. "You must confront your pain to find freedom. Accept your past, and only then can you break the cycle." With a deep, shuddering breath, Amelia closed her eyes and steadied herself. She felt the weight of her fears pressing in, but she also felt the flicker of hope igniting within her. "I accept my past," she whispered, her voice firming with conviction. "I accept the pain, the regrets, and the loss." As she spoke, the shadows began to recede, drawn back into the heart. The accusing faces blurred, transforming into a kaleidoscope of colors that swirled around her. "I am not defined by my fears," she declared, her voice rising above the cacophony. "I am stronger than the darkness." The heart pulsed one last time, and with a blinding flash, the shadows dissolved in a brilliant light, flooding the chamber. Amelia felt a surge of energy, a warmth enveloping her as the oppressive weight lifted. As the light faded, she stood before the heart, now dim and flickering, its power weakened. Lydia's figure glowed beside her, a smile breaking through her sorrowful demeanor. "You did it, Amelia. You faced your fears and reclaimed your power. But it's still not over," Amelia said, glancing at the heart. "We need to destroy it for good." "Yes," Lydia replied, a newfound determination in her eyes. "But you must be the one to deliver the final blow. You hold the key to breaking this cycle." Amelia nodded, feeling a sense of purpose rise within her. She approached the heart, now flickering weakly, and with each step, she felt the remnants of her fears dissipating. "I will end this," she vowed, raising her hands toward the heart. With a surge of energy, she summoned her resolve, focusing on the light that had emerged from her acceptance of the past. "I release you," she shouted, her voice echoing through the chamber. "I release you from the pain and sorrow that have bound you." As the light enveloped the heart, it pulsed one final time, then shattered into a million pieces, scattering like stars in the night sky. The room erupted in brilliance, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling around Amelia and Lydia. The oppressive darkness that had hung over the house began to lift, replaced by a sense of relief and freedom. "You did it," Lydia cried, her spirit glowing brighter than ever. "We are free." Amelia felt tears of joy streaming down her face as the remnants of her past faded into the ether. The house had lost its power, the nightmares that had haunted her now transformed into whispers of hope. But even as she celebrated, she knew that their journey was not yet complete. The house still held secrets, and she had yet to uncover the full truth. With Lydia by her side, she felt ready to face whatever lay ahead, emboldened by the strength she had found within herself. Together, They stepped back into the corridors of the House of Eternal Nightmares, determined to unravel the final mysteries and bring peace to all the souls still trapped within its walls. The corridors of the House of Eternal Nightmares now felt different to Amelia. The shadows that once loomed over her were replaced by a lingering sense of clarity, a whisper of hope guiding her steps. With Lydia beside her, she felt a newfound strength to face whatever awaited them in the depths of this haunted dwelling. As they moved through the hallways, Amelia could sense a shift in the air, an energy that pulsed with anticipation. The remnants of the shattered heart still floated around them, glowing softly like fireflies, illuminating their path. Yet, beneath that light, an unsettling feeling stirred within her, an awareness that they were not yet finished with the darkness that had haunted this place. "Where do we go now?" Amelia asked, glancing at Lydia, who seemed to absorb the energy around them. "The heart may be destroyed, but the house still harbors the spirits of those who suffered here," Lydia replied, her voice steady. "We must help them find peace before we can truly be free." Amelia nodded, understanding the weight of their mission. "Where do we start?" Lydia's gaze turned contemplative, and she pointed toward a door at the end of the corridor. "That leads to the attic. It's where many of the house's most tragic stories converged. If we're to uncover the truth, we must begin there." As they approached the attic door, Amelia felt a knot tighten in her stomach. The last time she had been near a door like this, it had led to her confrontation with her fears. But this time, she felt emboldened. She pushed the door open, and they ascended the creaking staircase, the wood groaning underfoot. The attic was vast and filled with old furniture draped in dusty sheets, remnants of a time long forgotten. The dim light filtering through the windows cast eerie shadows, creating a sense of unease. Cobwebs hung in the corners like silent sentinels, and the air was thick with the scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. "Look around," Lydia urged. "We need to find the source of the pain that lingers here." Amelia began to sift through the various items, each one telling a story of its own. A broken music box caught her eye, its lid slightly ajar. She gently opened it, and a haunting melody filled the air. As the music played, images flashed before her eyes. Visions of a family, laughter and joy followed by shadows creeping in, despair settling in like a heavy fog. The music stopped abruptly, leaving an echo of sorrow lingering in the air. "This belonged to the family that lived here," Lydia said, her voice filled with compassion. "Their joy was stolen by the darkness that consumed this house." Amelia's heart ached for the family she had never known. "How do we help them?" "Each spirit must be acknowledged and set free," Lydia explained. "We must find their stories and give them a voice. Only then can they find peace." Amelia nodded, her resolve hardening. She continued to search the attic, her fingers brushing against the remnants of the past. A dusty trunk caught her attention, its latch rusted but still intact. With a little effort, she managed to pry it open. Inside, she found old photographs and letters, remnants of a life filled with love and loss. As she sifted through them, she stumbled upon a letter addressed to a daughter named Clara. The words were filled with warmth, love, and an underlying sense of urgency. It spoke of dreams, hopes, and a promise to always protect her. "Clara," Amelia murmured, "what happened to you?" As if in response, the air grew cold, and the shadows in the attic thickened. A figure began to materialize, a young girl with sorrowful eyes, her expression a mix of longing and despair. "I'm lost," the girl whispered, her voice fragile. "I can't find my way home." "Clara," Lydia said softly, stepping forward, "we're here to help you. You don't have to suffer anymore." Amelia felt a surge of empathy for the girl. "We want to hear your story," she said gently. "Tell us what happened." Clara looked between them, her form flickering as if caught between worlds. "I waited for my family," she began, her voice trembling. "They promised to come back, but they never did. I heard the whispers in the walls, and they told me I was forgotten." "You are not forgotten," Lydia reassured her. "You are loved, and your story deserves to be told. Together, we can find your family." Clara's expression softened, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. "I want to believe that," she whispered. "But the darkness, it keeps me trapped. Amelia stepped closer, her heart aching for the girl. "We will confront the darkness together. You don't have to face it alone." As Clara nodded, the shadows began to writhe, coiling around them like serpents. A deep rumble echoed through the attic, and the walls seemed to close in. "You cannot save her," a voice boomed, harsh and menacing. "She belongs to the darkness." Amelia steeled herself, refusing to let fear take hold. "Clara, look at me," she said firmly. "You are stronger than this. You are not defined by your fear or your pain. You can break free." Clara's eyes widened, and a spark of courage ignited within her. "I want to be free," she cried, her voice growing stronger. "I won't let the darkness take me anymore." With that declaration, the shadows recoiled, as if stung by the light of her resolve. Lydia joined Amelia, and together they created a circle of energy, focusing their intentions on Clara. "You are not alone," they chanted, their voices resonating with strength and determination. "You are loved, and you will be free." The air crackled with energy as Clara's spirit began to glow, illuminating the attic. The shadows writhed in agony, and with one final surge, they shattered, dissipating into the ether. Clara's form brightened, her smile radiant and filled with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered before her spirit dissolved in a shimmering light, leaving behind a warm, peaceful aura. The attic was suddenly still, the oppressive weight of despair lifted. Amelia and Lydia exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with triumph. "One down," Lydia said, her eyes shining with hope. "But there are more spirits to help." "Let's keep going," Amelia replied, determination surging through her. "We won't stop until every soul is free." With that, they ventured deeper into the attic, ready to uncover more stories and confront the darkness that had plagued the house of eternal nightmares for far too long. Each spirit they freed would bring them closer to understanding the true nature of the house, and with every story told, they would reclaim the light that had long been extinguished. With renewed purpose, Amelia and Lydia continued their search through the attic, the remnants of Clara's spirit still lingering in the air, a testament to the power of hope and redemption. But as they delved deeper, the shadows seemed to stir once more, and a sense of urgency pulsed through the air. "Do you feel that?" Lydia asked, her expression turning serious. "The darkness is restless. It knows we're freeing the spirits, and it will fight back." Amelia nodded, a knot tightening in her stomach. "We have to work quickly then. Who's next?" They sifted through the remaining belongings, and Amelia's eyes landed on an old, tattered doll sitting atop a dusty shelf. Its eyes were glassy and vacant, but as she approached, the air around it seemed to shimmer with a strange energy. "This doll," Amelia whispered, reaching out to touch it. "It feels alive." Lydia stepped closer, her brow furrowing. "This must belong to another spirit. Let's see what it has to tell us." As Amelia picked up the doll, a chill coursed through her. The attic darkened further, shadows gathering around them. "What do you want?" a voice echoed, haunting and sorrowful. Amelia shivered. "Who's there?" she called, clutching the doll tightly. "I am the keeper of lost dreams," the voice replied, ethereal and faint. "I was once loved, but now I am forsaken." A figure began to materialize from the shadows, a young girl, her expression a mixture of sorrow and longing. She gazed at the doll in Amelia's hands with deep affection. "My name is Eliza. That was my favorite toy." "Why are you trapped here, Eliza?" Lydia asked gently. "We can help you." Eliza's eyes darkened. "I waited for my family too. They never returned. I thought if I held on to my doll, they would come back for me." Amelia's heart ached at the girl's sorrow. "You don't have to hold on to the pain anymore," she said softly. "You can let it go. You deserve to be free." "But what if they never come back?" Eliza's voice trembled, the shadows around her thickening. "What if I am truly forgotten?" Lydia stepped forward, her voice firm but kind. "You are not forgotten, Eliza. You are loved, and your story matters. But to find peace, you must confront the truth of what happened to your family." As Eliza hesitated, the shadows pulsed, the darkness closing in. Amelia felt the pressure rising, the air thickening around them. "Eliza, please," she urged. "Let us help you." Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, and Amelia was swept into a vision, a glimpse of the past. She saw a family in their home, laughter echoing through the halls. But the scene darkened as a storm raged outside, and the family grew anxious, worry etched on their faces. Amelia realized that something terrible had happened, an accident, perhaps. The storm had taken them away, leaving Eliza behind, trapped in her grief. "Your family loved you, Eliza," Amelia said, emerging from the vision. "They would want you to live, to let go of the pain." The shadows thickened, a voice rising in anger. "You will not take her from us," it bellowed, a whirlwind of darkness swirling around them. Lydia gripped Amelia's hand tightly. "Stay strong. We must show Eliza that she is not alone." Amelia focused on the doll, its fabric worn but filled with memories. "Eliza, hold on to your love for your family, not your pain. Let it guide you." Tears glistened in Eliza's eyes as she stepped closer to Amelia, the shadows retreating slightly. "I just want to be with them," she whispered. "Then honor their memory by living," Amelia urged. "Let go of the hurt. We can help you find peace." With that, the darkness surged once more, threatening to engulf them. But Amelia stood firm, channeling her own courage into the doll. "I release you from the chains of sorrow," she shouted, her voice echoing through the attic. "You are free, Eliza." As she spoke, a radiant light burst forth from the doll, enveloping Eliza and illuminating the room. The shadows shrieked, recoiling in agony as the light intensified. Eliza's form glowed brighter, and the sorrow that had weighed her down began to lift. "I'm ready," Eliza declared, her voice filled with newfound strength. "I will remember them, but I will also live for myself." With a brilliant flash, the shadows shattered like glass, scattering into the ether. Eliza's spirit sparkled with joy, and as she smiled at Amelia and Lydia, she faded into a cascade of shimmering light, her laughter echoing in the attic. "We did it," Lydia exclaimed, her face alight with triumph. "That's two spirits free." Amelia felt a rush of exhilaration mixed with purpose. "But there's still more to do. We can't stop now." As they turned to leave the attic, a cold wind swept through the room, extinguishing the light that had filled it. The atmosphere shifted once more, and a familiar, menacing presence filled the space. "Fools!" the voice thundered, echoing through the darkness. "You think you can undo what I have wrought? This house is my domain." Amelia's heart raced as she recognized the voice. It was the essence of the house itself, the embodiment of the nightmares that had trapped so many. "You will not stop us," she declared, her voice steady despite the fear rising within her. "Your resolve is meaningless against the depths of despair," the voice sneered, shadows coiling around them. "I will show you what true darkness feels like." Lydia stepped closer to Amelia, her expression fierce. "We've already faced our fears and freed two spirits. We are stronger than you think." The shadows roared, swirling around them like a storm. "You know nothing of true terror," the voice bellowed, and the room began to warp, the walls closing in. Amelia felt the pressure mounting, memories of her past flooding back, her fears, her failures, the pain of loss. But alongside those memories came the strength she had found in confronting them. "No," she shouted, pushing back against the darkness. "We won't be silenced by fear." The light of the spirits they had freed flickered within her, igniting a fire of determination. "This ends now," she proclaimed, raising her hands toward the shadows. "We will reclaim this house and bring peace to its lost souls." With that declaration, a surge of energy erupted from within her, breaking through the darkness. The shadows recoiled, and the oppressive atmosphere began to lift as light poured into the attic. "Feel the light of those you have harmed." Lydia joined her, her voice strong and unwavering. "You cannot hold them captive any longer." The shadows writhed and twisted, their form weakening against the onslaught of light. "You cannot banish me," the voice shrieked, but the power of the spirits, of Clara, Eliza, and the countless others, swelled around them. As the light enveloped the room, it pierced through the darkness, illuminating the once harrowing space with warmth and hope. The shadows screeched, their form disintegrating before the radiant energy. With one final surge of power, Amelia and Lydia united their strength, channeling all the love and light they had cultivated through their journey. "You are no longer in control," they cried together, their voices harmonizing in strength. The shadows shattered, dissolving into a cascade of glittering light, filling the attic with brilliance. The voice faded, replaced by the sound of laughter, soft and sweet, echoing the joy of spirits finally freed. As the last remnants of darkness vanished, Amelia felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. The air grew still, and the once ominous attic transformed into a sanctuary of light. She and Lydia stood hand in hand, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what they had accomplished. "We did it," Amelia whispered, tears of relief streaming down her cheeks. "We freed them all." "Together," Lydia replied, her voice filled with warmth. "We faced the darkness and emerged victorious." As they stepped out of the attic, the house felt different, lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. The whispers that had once haunted its walls were replaced by a serene silence, a promise of new beginnings. The House of Eternal Nightmares was no more. It had transformed into a place of healing, a testament to the strength of hope and the power of confronting one's fears. Together, they had reclaimed the light, not just for themselves, but for all the souls that had wandered lost within its depths. Hand in hand, Amelia and Lydia walked into the radiant light of the new day, ready to embrace whatever awaited them in the world beyond the house. They had faced the darkness and emerged stronger, united by their shared journey, a journey that would forever change their lives and the lives of those they had saved. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the small, secluded town of Black Hollow. Nestled between dense forests and towering hills, the town was steeped in superstition and folklore, whispers of dark magic lurking in the shadows. The townsfolk kept their distance from the ancient woods, believing them to be cursed, a domain of spirits and forgotten rituals. Yet, for some, the allure of the unknown was irresistible. Amelia had always been drawn to the tales of Black Hollow, a place where reality and the supernatural intertwined. She had recently moved there, seeking an escape from the chaos of city life and a chance to uncover the mysteries that the town held. Little did she know, her curiosity would soon lead her into a chilling encounter with dark forces. It was on a particularly stormy night, the rain lashing against her windows, that she found an old, weathered letter tucked beneath her door. The parchment was yellowed and fragile, and as she opened it, the faint scent of herbs wafted through the air. The letter contained an invitation, written in elegant, flowing script. "You are cordially invited to witness the midnight ritual at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Come alone and bring a token of your desire." Amelia's heart raced as she read the words. The mention of the midnight ritual was enough to send a chill down her spine, but her curiosity outweighed her fear. She had heard the rumors, how the townsfolk spoke in hushed tones of the ritual that took place under the full moon, a gathering that promised power and transformation for those brave enough to partake. Despite the warnings she had received, the invitation felt like a calling. The token of desire intrigued her. What could she bring that would symbolize her deepest wish? She contemplated it throughout the night, the storm raging outside mirroring the turmoil within her mind. As the clock struck midnight, she donned a dark cloak and ventured out into the rain, her heart pounding in her chest. The air was thick with anticipation, and the woods loomed ahead, their trees swaying ominously in the wind. With each step, the feeling of being watched intensified, the darkness seeming to pulse around her. As she approached the edge of the Whispering Woods, she noticed a flickering light through the trees. It beckoned her, a soft glow that contrasted sharply with the oppressive shadows. The sound of chanting began to drift through the air, a haunting melody that tugged at her soul. Amelia pushed through the underbrush, her curiosity guiding her forward. The light grew brighter, illuminating a clearing filled with figures clad in dark robes, their faces obscured by hoods. In the center of the gathering stood an altar, adorned with strange symbols and an array of candles flickering in the night. Her heart raced as she watched the scene unfold. The participants moved in unison, their voices rising and falling like a chilling wind, weaving a spell that seemed to resonate with the very ground beneath her feet. The atmosphere crackled with energy, an intoxicating blend of fear and allure. Just as she was about to step back, a figure emerged from the crowd, its presence commanding. The leader wore a deep crimson robe, and as they raised their arms, the chanting grew louder, echoing through the woods. "Tonight, we summon the ancient powers that lie dormant within these woods," the figure proclaimed, their voice rich and resonant. Amelia felt a strange compulsion to step forward, to join the ritual. But as she moved, she hesitated, remembering the warnings she had heard from the townsfolk. This was no ordinary gathering. It was a conduit for dark magic, a dangerous game played with forces beyond understanding. Suddenly, the leader turned, their eyes locking onto Amelia's with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. "Ah, newcomer, you have heeded the call," they said, their voice smooth as silk. "Come, share your token of desire with us." Amelia's mind raced, caught between the thrill of acceptance and the dread of what she had stumbled into. She clutched a small amulet she had worn since childhood, a trinket given to her by her grandmother, a symbol of protection. But as she stood there, the amulet felt heavy in her hand, as if it were warning her to retreat. "What do you seek?" the leader pressed, their gaze unyielding. I seek knowledge," Amelia stammered, feeling the weight of the moment. "I want to understand the magic that lies within these woods." The crowd fell silent, their eyes trained on her, a mixture of intrigue and caution. The leader stepped closer, their presence overwhelming. "Knowledge comes at a price. Are you willing to pay it?" Amelia's heart raced as she contemplated the cost. The stories she had heard echoed in her mind. Those who sought power often found themselves ensnared by it, lost to the very darkness they wished to control. Yet the allure of the ritual was too strong, the possibility of unlocking secrets that had been buried for centuries intoxicating. "I'm willing to learn," she finally said, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. A low murmur rippled through the crowd, and the leader smiled, a glimmer of satisfaction in their eyes. "Very well. You shall bear witness to the midnight ritual, but know this: the path you choose may lead to unforeseen consequences." As they spoke, the air thickened with tension, and the candles flickered wildly, casting eerie shadows across the clearing. Amelia felt a surge of energy, as if the very essence of the woods had awakened around her. With a swift motion, the leader gestured toward the altar. "Place your token upon the altar, and let the ritual begin." Amelia approached, her heart pounding as she laid her amulet down. The crowd resumed their chanting, the rhythm growing louder, reverberating through her very core. As the words echoed around her, she felt a pull, an invitation to delve deeper into the mysteries that surrounded her. But as she stood there, a sense of foreboding settled in her gut. The shadows danced around her, whispering secrets she couldn't quite decipher. The air crackled with energy, and she could feel the ancient power of the woods thrumming beneath her feet. And in that moment, Amelia understood. She had crossed a threshold from which there was no return. The ritual had begun, and with it came the chilling realization that she was now part of something far greater and far more dangerous than she had ever anticipated. As the chanting reached a crescendo, the darkness deepened, and Amelia could sense the ancient forces at play, both beautiful and terrifying. She had come seeking knowledge, but at what cost? The woods were alive, and the secrets they held would soon reveal themselves, whether she was ready or not. The air in the clearing pulsated with an electric energy as the chanting of the robed figures intensified. Amelia stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest, her mind racing with both excitement and dread. The flames of the candles danced wildly, casting flickering shadows that twisted and morphed around her, creating a surreal landscape where reality blurred with the supernatural. As the last syllables of the chant resonated in the air, the ground beneath the altar trembled, and a low, rumbling sound echoed through the clearing. The figures surrounding her raised their arms, their faces obscured, but she could feel their collective focus on her, an unspoken acknowledgement that she was now part of the ritual, entwined with its ancient purpose. "Behold the power of the midnight ritual," the leader's voice boomed, cutting through the tension. "Tonight, we summon the energies of the ancients, the spirits that linger in the shadows of these woods." With that declaration, the leaders stepped toward the altar, placing their hands upon the amulet that Amelia had offered. Instantly, a surge of energy radiated from it, rippling outward like waves on a still pond. Amelia felt a strange connection to her amulet, as if it were awakening something deep within her. The air thickened, and the temperature dropped dramatically. A chilling wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it whispers, echoes of the past, secrets long buried. Amelia shivered as she strained to listen, the voices intertwining in a haunting melody that tugged at her very soul. "Do you hear them?" the leader asked, their voice low and compelling. "The voices of those who walk before us, who have harnessed the magic of this land. They offer their wisdom, but also their warnings." Amelia nodded, unable to speak. The cacophony of voices swirled around her, each whisper a thread in a tapestry of dark knowledge. The temptation to understand their secrets was intoxicating, but with each passing moment, the weight of her choice bore down on her. The leader continued, their eyes gleaming with fervor. "To unlock the true power of the midnight ritual, you must embrace the darkness within. Are you prepared to confront the shadows that linger in your heart?" At that moment, the shadows deepened, coiling around Amelia like tendrils of smoke. Memories flickered in her mind. Fears, regrets, moments of pain that she had buried deep within herself. They rose to the surface, demanding her attention. "I am prepared," she finally said, though doubt gnawed at her resolve. "But what must I do?" "Let go of your fears. Confront the darkness. Only then can you harness the power that lies within," the leader instructed, their voice both soothing and commanding. As the words sank in, Amelia felt the shadows wrap around her, pulling her into an abyss of memories. She was suddenly standing in her childhood bedroom, the walls adorned with posters and drawings. The laughter of her younger self echoed in her ears, but it was soon overshadowed by the sound of her parents arguing, shouting that turned to tears, the disintegration of her once happy home. She watched helplessly, a mere observer, as the shadows of her past encircled her, feeding off her pain. "You have never escaped us," a voice hissed, familiar yet distorted. "You carry us with you." "No," she shouted, the weight of despair rising within her. "I am not defined by my past." The shadows surged forward, threatening to consume her. But just as despair threatened to pull her under, she remembered the amulet, the symbol of protection that had been with her through it all. "I am more than my fears," she cried, reaching deep within herself for strength. In an instant, the amulet blazed with light, cutting through the darkness like a beacon. The shadows recoiled, their whispers turning to shrieks as they faded into the night. The scene around her transformed, the familiar childhood room dissolving into the ethereal glow of the clearing once more. She blinked, back among the robed figures, her heart racing. The energy in the air shifted, charged with her newfound determination. The leader watched her closely, a hint of approval in their eyes. "You have taken the first step, Amelia. You have faced the darkness and emerged stronger." But the ritual was far from over. The figures resumed their chanting, their voices rising in a powerful crescendo. The ground shook once more, and a brilliant light burst forth from the altar, illuminating the woods around them. The energy surged through the clearing, wrapping around Amelia like a cloak, filling her with warmth and resolve. "Now, we will summon the spirits of the woods," the leader announced, their voice resonating with authority. "To gain their knowledge, you must be willing to share a piece of yourself, a sacrifice for wisdom." A wave of unease washed over Amelia. What did that mean? She had already laid down her token of desire, but now they demanded more? Her thoughts raced, considering the implications of this sacrifice. "Are you ready?" the leader asked, their eyes piercing into her soul. "What will you give in exchange for the power you seek?" Taking a deep breath, Amelia felt the weight of her decision pressing down upon her. The amulet still glowed faintly in the moonlight, its warmth a reminder of her strength. "I will share my memories, the moments that have shaped me," she declared, her voice steady. "I will offer my past in exchange for the knowledge of the present." The leader nodded, a satisfied smile curling their lips. "Very well. Step forward, and let the ritual continue." As she stepped toward the altar, the chanting reached a fever pitch. The energy surged, swirling around her, pulling at the threads of her memories. She felt her past unraveling, the experiences she had held close being drawn from her mind, exposed to the air like fragile leaves in autumn. With each memory released, the spirits began to coalesce around her, forms shimmering into existence. They were figures cloaked in light, their faces both familiar and foreign, each representing a piece of her past, her fears, her joys, her sorrows. "Remember, Amelia," one spirit whispered, its voice like wind through the trees. "Knowledge comes not just from understanding, but from embracing all that you are." As the spirits surrounded her, Amelia felt a deep connection to them. She saw fragments of her life reflected in their eyes. The laughter, the heartache, the lessons learned. It was both beautiful and painful, a reminder of everything she had faced. Then, as she let go of the last remnants of her memories, a profound silence enveloped the clearing. The spirits seemed to absorb her offerings, their light brightening as they gained strength. "Now, we bestow upon you our wisdom," the leader intoned, raising their arms once more. "You have faced the darkness, and in doing so, you have unlocked the potential within." The spirits surged forward, their energy intertwining with Amelia's. Knowledge flooded her mind, visions of ancient rites, the power of the woods, the whispers of forgotten magic. It was overwhelming, yet exhilarating, a rush of understanding that ignited a fire within her. But amid the illumination, a shadow flickered at the edges of her consciousness, a warning lurking in the depths of the newfound knowledge. Something was amiss, a dark current threading through the very magic that empowered her. Before she could fully grasp the implications, the leader's voice cut through her thoughts. "You have received the gift of knowledge, but know this. The midnight ritual binds you to this place. You cannot walk away unchanged." Amelia's heart raced. What did that mean for her? She had come seeking understanding, but now she felt the weight of responsibility resting on her shoulders. "Will you accept your fate?" the leader asked, their gaze piercing. "Will you embrace the magic of Black Hollow, knowing it comes with a price?" She hesitated, the magnitude of the moment pressing down upon her. The energy around her pulsed, and the spirit's whispers filled the air once more, urging her to make her choice. "I will embrace it," Amelia declared, her voice firm. "But I will do so on my terms. I will not be a pawn in someone else's game." The leader nodded slowly, their expression inscrutable. "Very well. The path you choose is yours to walk. But be warned, the darkness may still come for you, and the price of knowledge is often steep." As the ritual concluded, the energy in the clearing shifted, settling into a serene calm. The spirits began to fade, their luminous forms retreating into the depths of the woods, leaving behind a profound silence. Amelia stood alone, the weight of her decision settling in. She had faced the darkness, embraced her past, and unlocked the power of the midnight ritual. But now, with knowledge came responsibility, and she knew that the real challenge had only just begun. As the first light of dawn broke through the trees, casting golden rays across the clearing, Amelia took a deep breath, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The magic of Black Hollow was now a part of her, and she was determined to wield it wisely, navigating the thin line between light and shadow that stretched before her. The dawn light filtered through the trees, casting a soft glow over the clearing where the midnight ritual had unfolded. Amelia felt the cool morning air on her skin, a stark contrast to the charged atmosphere of the night before. As she stood alone, the memories of the ritual echoed in her mind. The power she had embraced, the spirit she had encountered, and the knowledge that now flowed through her veins like an ancient river. But with this new understanding came an unsettling awareness. The magic of Black Hollow was not just a gift, it was also a burden. As she made her way back through the whispering woods, the branches seemed to whisper secrets, their rustling leaves carrying voices that tugged at her consciousness. She had crossed a threshold, and the woods were alive with possibilities and dangers. Arriving back at her home, she set the amulet on her desk, its glow dimmed but still resonating with energy. She had learned much, but she felt an unsettling presence lingering in the air, a reminder that the dark magic she had engaged with was not merely academic. It was a living force that sought to connect with her. Over the following days, Amelia immersed herself in the lore of Black Hollow. She visited the town library, poring over old books filled with tales of witchcraft, rituals, and the supernatural history of the woods. Each story brought with it a new layer of understanding, and she began to piece together the tapestry of magic that surrounded her. However, as she delved deeper into her studies, strange occurrences began to unfold. Shadows danced just out of her line of sight, and she would sometimes catch glimpses of figures darting between the trees in the twilight. A low hum filled the air whenever she passed the outskirts of the woods, a resonance that vibrated within her core. It was as if the forest itself was aware of her presence, responding to the magic she had awakened. One evening, as she studied late into the night, a sharp knock on her door interrupted her concentration. Startled, she hesitated before opening it, wondering if her commitment to the midnight ritual had drawn unwanted attention. Standing on her doorstep was a figure cloaked in darkness, their face obscured by a hood. "I've come to warn you," the voice said, low and urgent. "You've stirred something that was meant to remain undisturbed." Amelia felt a shiver run down her spine. "Who are you?" she asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "I am a seeker of the truths that lie hidden in these woods," the figure replied. "You have awakened a darkness that hungers for your essence. The spirits you summoned are not the only forces at play here." Her heart raced as the weight of the words settled upon her. "What do you mean?" "I only sought knowledge." "Knowledge is a double-edged sword," the figure cautioned. "You must be vigilant. The darkness can be seductive, and it may lead you to places you never intended to go." Before she could respond, the figure turned and vanished into the night, leaving Amelia with more questions than answers. Was she truly in danger? The haunting beauty of the woods now seemed laced with malevolence, a reminder that her newfound powers could easily spiral out of control. The next few days passed in a haze of unease. Each time she ventured near the woods, she felt the eyes of unseen watchers upon her. The whispers intensified, mingling with the wind, wrapping around her like a shroud. It became increasingly difficult to distinguish between her own thoughts and the echoes of the woods. Determined to confront the darkness that threatened her, Amelia decided to return to the clearing where the ritual had taken place. If she had awakened something, she would face it head-on. With the sun setting behind her, she walked the familiar path, the shadows lengthening around her. When she reached the clearing, it was cloaked in twilight, the air thick with anticipation. The altar still stood, and as she approached, she felt a pulse of energy beneath her feet, as if the ground itself responded to her presence. She placed her hands on the altar, grounding herself, and focused her thoughts. "Spirits of the woods," she called out, her voice steady. "I seek to understand the power I've awakened. Show me what I must know." The wind picked up, swirling around her as the leaves rustled in response. The shadows grew deeper, and the energy in the clearing surged, pulling her into a trance-like state. Images flickered before her eyes, visions of ancient rituals, the rise and fall of those who had come before her, and the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of their magic. But then, a figure emerged from the shadows, tall and imposing, draped in a cloak darker than the night. It stepped forward, its presence commanding and unsettling. "You seek understanding, but do you know the price?" Amelia's heart raced as she faced the figure, its features obscured. "I've come to confront the darkness I've awakened," she declared, her voice unwavering. The figure chuckled, a sound that sent chills down her spine. "You think you can confront me? You are but a child playing with forces beyond your comprehension." "I will not be intimidated," she replied, her resolve hardening. "I want to learn how to control it, not let it consume me." The figure stepped closer, and for the first time, Amelia caught a glimpse of its face, twisted, with eyes like burning coals that seemed to pierce through her very soul. Control? There is no control when it comes to dark magic. It flows through you, and if you are not careful, it will lead you to ruin. Amelia took a step back, feeling the weight of its words. Then teach me. Show me how to wield it without being overwhelmed. A smirk spread across the figure's lips. Very well. But remember, the darkness is not to be trifled with. It will test your resolve and your humanity. You must be prepared to sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice? She asked, her heart pounding. Your fears, your attachments, even your memories. Each piece you relinquish will grant you greater power, but it will also leave a void within you. Are you truly willing to pay that price? Amelia hesitated, the implications of the choice weighing heavily on her mind. She had already faced her past, but to sacrifice more than that, to risk losing a part of herself, was a terrifying prospect. I'll do it, she said finally, her voice firm. I want to understand this magic, to harness it for good. I won't let the darkness control me. The figure nodded, its demeanor shifting. Then let us begin. Close your eyes and focus on what you wish to release. As Amelia obeyed, she felt the darkness surrounding her pulse with life, an invitation to let go of her burdens. The shadows swirled around her, and she closed her eyes, searching within herself for the fears that had long held her captive. Images flashed through her mind, fears of failure, abandonment, the loneliness that had haunted her since childhood. With each memory, she felt a tether of energy binding her to those emotions. It was as if the darkness craved her anguish, feeding off it like a parasite. With a deep breath, she visualized each fear as a shadow, drawing it to the surface. I release you, she whispered, letting the weight of her memories dissipate into the air. The shadows twisted and writhed, and she could feel the energy shift, the darkness hungry for her offering. The figure watched her closely, its presence a steady anchor. Good. Now, let it go completely. You cannot hold on to what you wish to be free of. As she focused on releasing her fears, a surge of energy enveloped her, pulling her deeper into the darkness. The shadows coiled around her, the whispers rising to a deafening crescendo, urging her to surrender to the magic. Embrace it, the figure commanded, its voice cutting through the chaos. Let the darkness empower you. In that moment, Amelia surrendered. She let go of her fears completely, feeling the shadows engulf her. The world around her dissolved, and she was plunged into an abyss of swirling energy, each tendril of darkness weaving through her being. Suddenly, she was awash with visions, flashes of her life intertwined with the history of the woods, the rituals of those who had come before, their successes and their failures, all became part of her understanding. It was overwhelming, a flood of knowledge that filled every corner of her mind. As the shadows receded, Amelia opened her eyes, gasping for breath. The clearing was once again bathed in twilight, but the air felt different, charged with newfound power. She had relinquished her fears, but she felt an unsettling emptiness inside, as if a piece of her soul had been left behind. Welcome to the path of dark magic, the figure said, a hint of satisfaction in its tone. You have taken the first step, but the journey has only just begun. You must continue to confront the darkness within and without. It is both your ally and your enemy. Amelia nodded, a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation coursing through her. She had embraced the magic of Black Hollow, but the path ahead was fraught with peril. The shadows had become a part of her, and she would need to tread carefully, lest they consume her entirely. As she made her way home, the weight of her decision settled heavily upon her. She had awakened a force that could either empower her or lead her to ruin. But one thing was clear. She was no longer merely a seeker of knowledge. She had become a player in a game of darkness, and the stakes were higher than she had ever imagined. Determined to wield her newfound power wisely, Amelia prepared herself for the challenges ahead. The darkness was not merely an obstacle to be overcome. It was a force to be understood, and she was ready to learn its secrets, no matter the cost. Days turned into weeks as Amelia navigated the tenuous path of her newfound abilities. With each passing night, she felt the pull of the darkness deeper within her, an insatiable thirst for knowledge that threatened to consume her entirely. The whispers of the woods became her constant companions, guiding her, yet haunting her with their foreboding warnings. Her studies grew more intense, a frantic race against the creeping shadows that loomed in the corners of her mind. She practiced the rituals she had learned, seeking to harness the magic that surged through her. With every incantation, she felt the weight of power pressing down upon her, filling her with both exhilaration and dread. But with the knowledge came temptation. Each time she summoned the darkness, she could feel it stretching its tendrils around her soul, whispering promises of strength and understanding. You could be more than you are, it beckoned. Embrace the true nature of your power. One night, drawn by an inexplicable force, Amelia ventured into the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees twisted like gnarled fingers reaching for the sky. The air was thick with anticipation, and the moon hung low, casting a ghostly light on the forest floor. As she moved deeper into the woods, the familiar path faded, and the trees closed in around her, creating a cocoon of darkness. She arrived at a clearing she had never seen before, a place pulsating with raw energy, the ground littered with remnants of old rituals. Broken candles and remnants of offerings littered the earth, a testament to the power that had once thrived here. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone altar, adorned with symbols that glowed faintly in the moonlight. It was as if the altar itself was alive, calling to her with an irresistible pull. Amelia approached it, her heart racing with both fear and excitement. As she touched the stone, a surge of energy coursed through her, igniting every nerve ending in her body. Visions flooded her mind, scenes from the past flickering before her eyes. She saw the rituals of those who had come before her, sorcerers and witches who had danced with the darkness, their faces twisted in ecstasy and despair. "You seek power, Amelia," a voice echoed through her thoughts, resonating with familiarity. It was the figure from the clearing, their presence entwined with the magic of the altar. "But power demands sacrifice. What are you willing to give?" "I've already given so much," she replied, her voice trembling. "I've released my fears, my memories. What more do you want from me?" The figure stepped forward, their face still obscured. "To gain true mastery over the darkness, you must be willing to delve deeper. The past is but a shadow of what you can become. You must confront your true self, your desires, your anger, your very soul." Amelia felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. She had already faced her fears, but this was different. This was an invitation to confront the raw essence of her being. "What if I don't like what I find?" she whispered. "Then you will learn to embrace it," the figure replied. "The darkness is not to be feared, but understood. It is a part of you, and denying it will only lead to your downfall." The urge to resist surged within her, but the allure of power was intoxicating. "What do I need to do?" she asked, steeling herself for what lay ahead. "Close your eyes and remember," the figure instructed. "Dive into the depths of your soul and uncover the truth you've hidden away. Only then can you fully embrace the darkness." Amelia took a deep breath and closed her eyes, allowing the energy of the altar to envelop her. She felt herself being pulled into a vast expanse of darkness, a place where time and space had no meaning. Shadows swirled around her, and she could hear the echoes of her thoughts, the fears and doubts that had haunted her since childhood. Suddenly, memories surfaced, images of betrayal, abandonment, moments of anger that had simmered beneath the surface. She saw herself as a child, watching her parents argue, feeling helpless and alone. The pain of that loneliness was palpable, and for a moment, she felt as though she might drown in it. "Face it," the voice urged. "Embrace the darkness within." With renewed determination, Amelia focused on the feelings of anger and hurt, refusing to shy away from the memories that had shaped her. "I am not defined by my past," she declared, her voice echoing in the void. "I am stronger than my pain." The shadows responded, swirling around her like a tempest. The energy intensified, and she felt the darkness resonate with her words, a powerful force that sought to empower her. But alongside that power came a sense of foreboding. She could feel the darkness probing her, testing her resolve. "Release your anger," the voice commanded. "Let it fuel your power. Only then will you truly understand the magic that flows through you." Amelia clenched her fists, her heart racing. She had long buried her anger, afraid of what it might unleash. But now, faced with the choice to release it or let it fester, she felt the dam within her begin to crack. "I'm tired of feeling powerless," she shouted, her voice rising above the tempest. "I'm tired of being afraid." As those words left her lips, the shadows erupted into chaos, a whirlwind of energy that consumed her. She felt her anger surge, boiling over as it coalesced into a palpable force. The darkness twisted around her, and she embraced it, feeling its power merge with her own. In that moment, the clearing transformed. The trees shimmered, the air crackling with energy as Amelia surrendered to the darkness. She could see visions of her desires taking shape, a world where she was no longer a victim, but a force to be reckoned with. But as the darkness enveloped her, she also felt something else, a chilling realization that with power came responsibility. The energy surged, pulling her deeper into its embrace, and for the first time, she understood the true cost of what she sought. "Power comes with consequences," the voice warned, a distant echo amid the chaos. "You must decide what you are willing to sacrifice to wield it." As the shadows receded, Amelia found herself back in the clearing, gasping for breath. The altar pulsed with energy, and she could feel the remnants of her anger swirling within her, a potent force that both thrilled and terrified her. "What have I done?" she whispered, a mixture of exhilaration and fear coursing through her veins. "You have taken the first step toward true mastery," the figure replied, their voice now clearer, more resonant. "But know this, the darkness is seductive, and it will test you. You must remain vigilant, for it can consume even the strongest of souls." Amelia nodded, the weight of their words settling heavily upon her. She had embraced the darkness, but she was also aware of the fine line she now walked. The power she sought could either be her greatest ally or her most dangerous foe. As she made her way back through the whispering woods, she felt a newfound strength coursing through her, but the shadows still lurked, reminding her of the darkness she had welcomed into her life. She was determined to master it, to wield it for her own purposes. But she also knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges that would test her resolve. The woods whispered around her, a blend of warnings and promises, and Amelia steeled herself for the path that lay ahead. She had embraced the darkness, and now it was time to confront the true nature of the power she had awakened. The midnight ritual had changed her, but she would not allow it to define her. Instead, she would learn to dance with the shadows, navigating the line between light and dark, forging her own destiny in a world where the unknown awaited at every turn. As the days melted into weeks, Amelia's power grew. Each night, she returned to the clearing, where the altar pulsed with energy, feeding her thirst for knowledge. The whispers of the woods no longer frightened her. Instead, they became a source of guidance, unveiling secrets long hidden within the shadows. Yet, the further she delved into her magic, the more she sensed an ominous presence lurking just beyond her reach, a darkness that waited, watching. Amelia began to notice the subtle changes in her surroundings. Friends had started to pull away, their laughter replaced by wary glances. Whispers echoed in town about her late-night wanderings, and rumors of strange happenings in the whispering woods stirred unease among the locals. But the darkness had become a part of her, and the allure of power outweighed the consequences. One evening, as she prepared for another session at the altar, the figure from her visions appeared in her mind. "You have come far, Amelia, but you must confront what you have awakened," it warned, its tone grave. "The darkness is not just within you. It is a force that hungers for dominance." "I understand," she replied, determination hardening her voice. "But I can control it. I will not let it consume me." "Control is an illusion," the figure cautioned. "You must face the source of this darkness. It seeks to bind you to its will." With a fierce resolve, Amelia made her way to the clearing, the moon hanging high in the night sky, illuminating her path. The air crackled with tension, and the shadows danced around her like phantoms. She approached the altar, feeling the familiar pulse beneath her fingertips, a heartbeat that synchronized with her own. "Tonight, I confront the truth," she declared, her voice steady. "I will not be a pawn of darkness. I will harness it." As she knelt before the altar, she recalled the ritual she had practiced, the incantations that flowed through her like a river. "Spirits of the woods, hear my call. I seek the truth of the darkness that binds me." The winds picked up, swirling around her as the shadows thickened. The altar shuddered, and the energy intensified, wrapping around her like a cocoon. She felt the pull of the darkness, a force both seductive and terrifying. Suddenly, the shadows coalesced, forming a figure before her, a monstrous shape that radiated malevolence. Its eyes glowed like molten fire, piercing through the night, and Amelia's heart raced as she faced the embodiment of the darkness she had invited into her life. "Foolish girl," it hissed, its voice echoing with an otherworldly resonance. "You think you can control me? I am the darkness within, the hunger that drives your desires. You belong to me now." Amelia swallowed hard, fear coursing through her veins, but she steadied her breath. "I am not afraid of you. I have embraced my power, and I will not let you consume me." The figure laughed, a chilling sound that reverberated through the clearing. "Your defiance is amusing, but know this. Every moment you resist me, I grow stronger. You cannot fight your true nature." "I won't fight," she replied, her voice firm. "I will accept what I am and use it to protect those I love." With those words, Amelia felt a surge of energy, a connection to the magic that flowed through her. She reached deep within herself, tapping into the reservoir of power she had cultivated, and channeled it toward the figure before her. The darkness roared, a tempest of shadows swirling around them as their powers clashed. Amelia felt the weight of the magic within her, a force of both light and shadow that surged through her veins. The altar trembled beneath her, resonating with her determination. "Join me," the darkness snarled, extending its shadowy tendrils toward her. "Together, we can be unstoppable." Amelia's heart raced as the tendrils brushed against her skin, icy and suffocating. She could feel the pull of the darkness, the temptation to surrender to its will. But she stood firm, reminding herself of the light that had guided her through the shadows. "I will not be your puppet," she declared, channeling her energy into a protective barrier. "I choose my own destiny." The clash intensified, energy crackling in the air as the shadows writhed and twisted around her. The darkness surged forward, seeking to engulf her, but Amelia's determination ignited a fire within her, pushing back against the tide. "Feel the power of your true self," the figure roared, its form flickering as the shadows fought for dominance. In that moment, Amelia realized that the darkness was not just an enemy. It was a part of her, a piece of her soul that she had long denied. She embraced it, not as a conqueror, but as a guardian of the balance between light and dark. "I accept you," she said, her voice steady, "but you will not control me. Together, we will find harmony." The shadows recoiled, hesitating for the first time, and Amelia felt the energy shift. The darkness began to merge with her own, no longer a force of chaos, but a source of strength. She could feel the remnants of her anger and pain transforming into a power that pulsed with life. The figure shrieked, its form twisting and writhing as the balance shifted. "You dare defy me? I will not be extinguished." But Amelia stood her ground, the power of the woods and her own spirit uniting within her. "You are a part of me, and I am a part of you. We will coexist, but I will not be consumed by your darkness." As the shadows converged, they enveloped her in a tempest of energy, but Amelia did not falter. Instead, she channeled that energy, using it to forge a connection rather than a conflict. The darkness wrapped around her, but instead of suffocating her, it became a cocoon of protection. With a final surge of power, Amelia released her energy outward, sending a shockwave through the clearing. The figure let out a piercing cry, and for the first time, it seemed to falter, the shadows retreating as they lost their hold on her. "You may have won this battle," it spat, its form dissolving into wisps of darkness. "But the war is far from over. The darkness will always seek to reclaim what is its own. And with that, it vanished, leaving Amelia alone in the clearing, the remnants of energy crackling in the air. She fell to her knees, breathless but victorious, the weight of the darkness no longer pressing down on her. As the moonlight bathed the clearing in a soft glow, Amelia felt a sense of peace wash over her. She had confronted her fears, embraced the darkness, and emerged stronger than ever. The power within her was not a curse. It was a gift that she could wield with purpose. Rising to her feet, she looked around the clearing, the whispers of the woods now a comforting melody. She understood now that her journey was far from over. The darkness would always be a part of her, but she had learned to harness it, to find strength in vulnerability. As she made her way back through the whispering woods, a sense of purpose guided her steps. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with challenges and revelations, but she was ready to face whatever awaited her. Amelia had found her balance between light and dark, and she was determined to protect the world she loved from the shadows that threatened it. The midnight ritual had changed her, but it had also revealed her true self, a warrior for the light, armed with the wisdom of the darkness. And with that knowledge, she stepped forward into the unknown, ready to forge her own destiny in a world where magic and reality intertwined. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents.